Okay, now let's get started on the final conclusion of the penultimate case, but the final regular case, if we don't count the DLC case, of the final mainline game, if we don't count the fact if we say it's just the final game and not the final game, because it's also the great Ace Attorney games of the series. Whew, that's a lot of words. Because I still after this, I still got to play through the Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright game, which I have on my 3DS, which I mean I can get to that whenever, and the Great Ace Attorney games, which I have on the Switch. I just need to play them. But I'm gonna wait until in the fall to play those. I'm gonna take a break from Ace Attorney because I've been all Ace Attorney'd out. But by the end of this year, most likely I would have completed every single Ace Attorney game over the span of 2 years. No, we are good. Yes, we're going to the next chapter. Yes, we are continuing. Yes, I already had my dinner even. No, I did not finish my drink. Oh. Hey, it's the beginning of the game. I mean, it showed like the riot happening. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Turk's freedom. Take a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. A different ancient seance. Victims' final memories will become a matter of deliberation. I've heard about that, but they haven't stopped you from winning your case here in Karayan. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. You can't handle the truth. What is the last big twist? Hey, AJ. That's what are you doing here? You're like literally like went to criminal number one. Well, not two, but here you go, just like I promised. Thanks, Stats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Yep, and I spent the night in a slammer. Had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the DC Act too. That's right, because it's not just lawyers, it's anyone. Let's see if I can find the book. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. So anyone that supported Dirk will be considered guilty. So it means everyone would get a public execution. Holy shit, that's hot. Oh boy. That witch Quran wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Chinese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm gonna win this one. You'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. Just a little bit so I can make sure my Elgato audio is going well. The trial of Dirk Sadmati began. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Kakor Karain and the assassination of the former Queen Amara Sigata Karain. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable? Prosecutor said Madi. Prosecutor said Madi? Oh, he's frazzled. Yes, of course. Please proceed. How very unlike you, prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, your majesty. Well, prosecutor said Madi, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I've heard mention that you are the son to the accused, Dirk said Madi. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of a problem, your majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son? Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. What? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He is not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuta? I will not stop until my work here is done. See, so all you doubters to sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, the prosecutor said Madi has no issue with this arrangement. Let us commence the deliberations. Already an objection? Interesting. One moment, if you would. Your Eminence? Your Eminence, what brings you here? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Your Majesty. It would appear that Prosecutor said Madi does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta said Madi? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on those hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. Holy shit, we're starting off with a bang. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Dirk said Madi, personally, but remain by your side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is the queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, kosher? There was no need for concern. Before we were crowned queen, we served as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. Prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence Queen Garan Sigata Karain. Perfect! So we do have the prosecutor that we have to take down, like in every single game. Well, not in Dual Destinies. Blackwell was actually kind of a good guy. I'd hear she'd served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor? I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to justice minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdict in every case until then. Oh god, she's like Frankama. But no lawyer could stand up to us. I am at a loss for words. I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. Alright. Ooh! Holy shit! Oh, she's definitely a good guy. Oh yeah, absolutely. Full of humility, full of goodness. Definitely not a bad guy. That was the taste of a probiotic soda, but also the taste of surprise. What the? That's Queen Go On. Talk about Extreme Makeover Home Edition. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Okay, is it really bad if I say that I think she's hot? But you know, it can't. Well, well, let's toss that over to the side and lock that into the Windings memory bank. What are you, oh, Ebenezer, crying for? I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed. Know this, lawyer. Yes? Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench and headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. Oh. Well, you still have our head with which to think, that is. Now, it is time for the divination seance. Rafa, come forth. Oh, Rafa is probably a bundle of joy right now, huh? Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence? I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance? Yes, let us proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? Well, she has to basically do a seance of her dead father and see her dead father's last moments. I think she's not doing emotionally well. If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence? A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. But then she also found out Mother Dearest lied to her, so... Your evidence about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol part of your plan? Prosecutor said, Madi, would you care to explain your actions? Your evidence. The accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deem no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor said, Madi? Your eminence, your majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believed we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor said, Madi, your majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? Your eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? I would say yes, but game-wise, I would also say no. I would agree with her. We need to get as much evidence as we can as a defense attorney. We shall not, you fools, spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Good boy. Mask off for her, I guess. Let's go, lady. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but So let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Ah, she's using the D word. Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved. Poor Rafer, is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well, let us begin the divination seance. But good thing we got an analytical psychologist in the stands who can help give you some therapy after all this is over. Nina, my robe. That's right. Nina's not there. Looks like Nina's still missing. Nina's probably dead. Bobbed head. Yes? You removed my robe. What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Great. Been reduced to royal robe remover. Yeah, some people will kill for that job. Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you are ready. Come, Wafer. You know what must be done. There is no turning back now. She's got that Yu-Gi-Oh hair. I know.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Okay. Wonder how many different instances we're getting today. Because we have 2 cases to solve, right? So are we going to get one for her, one for her father, and then one for Amara? Every time I hear this music, it reminds me of the opening music to the first Ghost in the Shell movie. It picks up a little bit later on, so it's not like that, but this beginning part does feel like that. Okay, it worked. Okay. Because remember, one time it didn't work because it didn't have the right name. Oh. Oh, maybe it didn't work. What? Oh, fuck. Your benevolence. What's wrong? This is unacceptable. Oh, they're gonna blame Wright. Bailiff, take a benevolence to the first aid station at once. This is not good. Your evidence. Do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she can go through with it. How very disappointing. How damn, lady, that's your daughter. Or is it? Yeah, Wafer is younger than Maya was when in the first game, I think. I think Maya was like 16 and Wafer's like 14. She's already been through so much. Since you have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty? Oh, yes, let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness if you would. Which probably means that she's going to come back at a clutch moment, do the divination seance, and then prove something for us. What? Is this not the accused? It is indeed. I thought it would give him the opportunity to plead his case. But true justice is more than an unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and the heads will roll from their shoulders. I should have known there was a catch. Your court, your rules, same as it always was, I see. Go on. Now then, Mr. Dirk Sadmati, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would if I could. But everything's a little bit hazy, which is not going to help out my case. I was struck by sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. Lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim. But I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. I did go against everything I believe in. Oh boy. Boy. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon, and since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it. Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sadmati. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case only to fail miserably. How low can she go? Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence, show me the way. Now then, will the defense please begin their cross-examination? Oh boy, we got a lot to work with. Not much to get out of it, probably.
Hold it!
Press everything. You were struck by sudden dizziness. Is that something that has ever happened to you before? Can't say that it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all. A most cunning excuse, one befitting of an insidious insurgent. Oh? A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not? Don't make me laugh, your malevolence. Ooh, boy. How dare you? I'm merely stating my innocence. I have no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch. Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now in this very hall? Well, that would certainly speed things along.
Hold it!
Oh, Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Yeah, please do not just poke the hornet's nest. Next time you have an objection, you better have some proof to go with it, Dirk. The accused will continue with what he does, but call it the crime.
Hold it!
Okay. Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? I wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might be a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
You called, Your Eminence? Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found none of the Okay, wait, okay, hold on. Hold the fuck on. That's bullshit. Because we're going by what her cops say. Her cops. That work for her. And if she plotted Inga's demise, and the cops are on her bankroll, then can't they just lie about the fact of finding somebody? We'll continue this and continue to see where this goes. No. And there you have it. Oh, right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape. That's right, no one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless. You see now, the presence of a third party is beyond the realm of a possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. You make the crowd eat those words. Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. Let the accused statement be added to his statement. Very well, Mr. Sunbody, if you would. It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. Could we not just present the blood?
Objection!
Oh, wow, that actually worked. The Eminence. I was actually afraid. I was like, am I gonna lose something automatically? Like, already take some hit, like this early into the case, but into the trial? But no, we're good. Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene. We found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to... The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb. We have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a known fact. But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well then, tell me this. Where was this third party hiding? Oh, the crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have been somewhere no one would dare look. Here is a place. Let's have your answer, defense. Where would a third party have hidden?
Take that!
Right there. I didn't have to move my reticle. There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within, but if someone dressed warmly enough, they would withstand the cold for a short time. This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed. But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within the frigid confines. Well now, that does sound like a possible method of evading capture. Defense requests a DNA test of the bloodstain, and then we'll see just who the real killer is. Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. But the trial's not even over. She's got a wind attack? What the fuck? How soon you forget. You're already on the headsman scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. Here you are, Your Eminence. The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed the blood of the traitor Dirk Sadmati. What? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Nah, I think it was Nana. I think that she tasked Nana with killing Inga. Dirk was running away. Inga was running away from Nana into the thing, but then no, but then they would have gotten past. Cause Rafa saw her father go into the tower. She didn't, but then after that point, she was missing Nana. So then Nana got into the tower. Before or after Inga did, killed him, got shot, got put into the coffin. Ah, shoot, you got me. Oh, it is his blood then. Okay. Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claim that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that. Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, Defense? Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. Yeah, she was being way too forthcoming about playing along with our theory. Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. With a third party at the scene of the crime, it's beyond the realm of possibility. Praise be for Queen Garan. Her Eminence's legal tactics are beyond compare. Hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Sadmati, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. So this is what Garan allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, he's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Now, I shall pass judgment upon the criminal Dirk Sedmati. What's this? You shall pass judgment. But your eminence, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Oh god, she's acting like fucking, what's her name? Lady Justice from the Edge of the Games before she was able to be Mommy Dearest. Consider yourself dismissed. Judge, don't you fucking dare. As Queen of Crying, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused. You can't do that. Objection? Eric, thank you. Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to review. But know when you are defeated, lawyer. Ha! We don't know defeat. Only when it happens a few times in the series. But just this once, I'm willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo. If you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. I heard that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise, that Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true? Like, if our assumptions are all wrong? Well, don't keep us waiting, defense. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there's another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Miss Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? Which is a good... No, it's not even nonsense. That's a good point. We have no claim to actually when the death happened because he went inside at, let's say, 3:05 or a little before 3. His autopsy report says approximately 3 p.m. Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived at the scene opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Mr. Inga really killed? Isn't it possible that, before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Mr. Inga was already dead? That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I feel unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear sign of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible, and so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, that certainly does make sense. Well, the music cut out, so very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction. She doesn't even think we're even on her level. Alright, I'll show you. Alright, even drink is done. Let us hear some testimony that would shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff. Bailiff. Someone away for surely she has recovered by now. Are you insane? What about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? You bring her back out here again? Okay. Hope you're feeling better, your benevolence. Must I perform the divination seance? You shouldn't have to, but yes. What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time. Oh, yeah, that's right. How could my testimony be of any value? In benevolence? Princess Wafer seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. Prosecutor said, Marty, may I ask you something? Of course, your benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. Oh, she is Kamala's daughter. It was up to her mother to discipline her child. I see. But be it as it may, your benevolence has no bearing upon our trial here today. So there's no need to let it trouble you. I know. Gawan told Rafa about something other than Amara's status? Sounds like it, but what could it be? Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Durg entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify. Very well then, your benevolence. Your testimony, if you please. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second floor veranda. Veranda? Yeah. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then about 2:45, I saw Bob Head and company enter the courtyard. So no one go in and out of the tomb after my father entered about 2:30. Wait, but that means nothing. That means nothing at all. Because someone could have already been in the tomb by the time that he got there, which would make this a moot point. But then we'd have to prove that somebody was in the tomb beforehand. Your second floor veranda? 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 I think it's a veranda. That's right, Apollo. That was her place. So that's the location from which you saw your father? And about 2:30? Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence. So after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb was closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. Around 2 p.m., Nats led to the Basa Maho, Gayota, the dog of the war bat, went to the firecracker. Shocked look on Albie's face had dots and stitches. You know, his boot shadow ran off. When Albie caught up with him, the courtyard shadow had looked to be Nana's hat. So Nana was in the courtyard about before 2 o'clock. And then we can use that to maybe later on prove the fact that Nana was actually in the tomb before 2:30 and is the actual killer of Inga. The question is if Anna is even alive. Because it's quite possible Gohan could have just gone there afterwards, opened the fucking tomb, and then fucking just stabbed, shot Nana, and just to silence her. Instead of keeping Nana where she is. My guess is on her being alive, though. The tomb was closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head. No you won't. Forgive me, your eminence. First, let us allow the defense to question the witness.
Hold it!
From what time to what time? You say you'd been watching the courtyard until you arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time. There is much that weighs on my mind. I see. I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial. guess it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence? I'd be happy to lend an ear if you'd ever like to talk. What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life. Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda? Well...
Hold it!
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing. There was? Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of his usual color. He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened? I know not, perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony.
Hold it!
Okay. And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? Okay. No. 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 I didn't see anyone else. It was my father. Your benevolence. Yes? This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you, but I want to let you know I know how you feel. Please stop. You presume too much. It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something? I need no sympathy from you. Go on your little picnic alone, Hornhead. Apollo, you have to take a bit more aggressive approach with people like her. Great. Now, back to my testimony. Yeah, about that. Let me go back to what you said before.
Hold it!
And speed through. You just slam his seat. Yep, slam the desk. Your benevolence. Let's have some details. The more, the better. The details, you say? Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? For endeavor, I'd been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 years. Ooh! And I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I had stopped him then. I think you've struck a nerve, or rather, obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? That's exactly what we needed. Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. Okay. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a crunch. Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole his hat from somewhere. Ah, someone. That's Nana's. I mean, nothing. Never mind. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You fool of a daughter. It seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana, and I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because my mother told me not to. What? Excuse me? Would you care to explain your evidence? Because she would hold said information, for there's no relevance to this case. That is for us to decide. You don't get to decide. Did you just cut me off? If you disagree, then prove that it's relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Let's go, Apollo. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means someone else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Ah, your benevolence. Are you sure no one else was there? Oh, yes. What about Nana? Were you able to help her? Oh, when I got down to the courtyard, Nana was gone? Yeah, she was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. I seriously doubt that. Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb, and it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment. No. Wait, you think Nana had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something that had kept Nana occupied since the early morning, plus she was seen right before the murder and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Like the butler doing it. Holy shit, it is like the butler doing it. First my father, and now Nana? These were the people I trusted most. How could this be? She's gonna be, how dare you accuse? Do not heed their lies. Yep, lawyers are foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. And yet we have been right every single time we've been saying so. And I did not enter the tomb, that much is certain. How can you be so sure? When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn over the water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes, it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tripped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. Only shoe prints can be found belong to my husband, Inga. Then... That's right, Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple, because I asked her to. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Oh, yeah. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. That's right, Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now do you understand? Nina could not possibly have gone into the tomb. Okay, so let's say she goes into the private quarters. Could she have stabbed him in the back? Oh my god, hold on. What does the painkillers do? Oh. Oh. Oh, that's smart as fuck. I mean, yeah, it could work, but then that means when she saw him running. Okay, so what if they're right? What if she went into his private quarters, took a knife? That wouldn't explain how the blood got into the. What? No, unless she took the knife out. Okay, so let's say she goes. It's painkillers, right? So it makes your shit woozy, right? So maybe if you put that into the air beforehand. Let me see the dead body again. What if, and this is a wild theory, she stabbed him? Oh, but then the blood though, that doesn't explain the blood. Yeah, no, that doesn't explain the blood. Because my theory is, what if she stabbed him in the house, his private quarters, after giving him back pain stuff, right? So she goes in there. He's like, I need help with my back pain, and she's like, sure, you know. She stabs him with the syringe of the back pain painkillers, basically making it so he feels no pain. Stabs him in the back, waits, leaves even, or stays there, right? Because they only checked the tomb, they didn't check where the private quarters were. So yeah, she stabs him with the painkillers. He's numb. She stabs him with the knife. She waits. The painkillers run off. He starts screaming and hollering like a motherfucker, runs into the tomb with the knife in his back, dying, you know, trying to escape or something like that. I don't know. And then just dies in the tomb. But then the only two things are wrong with that statement. The blood that was found on the sarcophagus and all that shit, you know, the sarcophagus curtains, and then the blood found on Dirk and his fingerprints on the thing would imply that he would have to take the knife out of the body, which would be a nice throwback, though, kind of in a sense, to the original to the case with the priest, because when we thought there was a knife that would kill him, but it was the actual when he killed himself, right? Using a knife or using the thing. I forgot the statue. I forgot which one he actually used. Nana could not possibly have gone into the tomb, and that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Another glorious deduction. All hail the genius that is her eminence queen. Go on. Bow down before her glory, witless lawyer. You wouldn't give me painkillers as evidence if it wasn't to be used in the fashion that I just thought about. That's my theory going now. Excuse me, but Mr. Wright? Your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nana? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters around 2:15, Inga came racing out at 2:30, pale-faced and screaming then. I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. Will the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister's Inga's scream? Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? The possibility. Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I'd say that there's a possibility. What other nonsense? What if I had been watching the courtyard? Yet you would suggest that someone could have transported the body unnoticed? You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand that the scream was in reaction to Nana's attack, but if Inga died in the tomb, we need to explain how those two realities could coincide. I have it. Oh, maybe where he was stabbed and where he died are two completely different locations. What do you mean? It's just, let's look at it as simply as possible. The minister's body wasn't moved. He might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On one hand, that sounds plausible, but on the other hand, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor said, Mary, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it is a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him. I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Oh my, are you suggesting that he went all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nana with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron spewing an endless stream of unassuming drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in the lawyer's clothing. Your evidence. Oh boy. Here begins the chanting. Nayuta? You dull, slow-witted, future-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice that you had been stabbed in the back, but not a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Oh, come on, this is easy. Now, hold on. Guys, please. I solved this shit 5 minutes ago. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Please stop. Now, Yuta has a point. Normally, most people would not notice a dagger in their back. Yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. Though in this case, it's the word normally that we shouldn't emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Right. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well, please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice that he had been stabbed? I wonder if there's something that could make pain go away. Ah, those are my father's painkiller shots. Defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. When told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. Ooh, you can't mean Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he had been stabbed. I'm so happy I caught that before they did. Then, oh, excuse me. Are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, your majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Yeah, that's a pretty deep cut. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Neda in his private quarters. Pokakuna! Holy Mother of Karain, are we dealing with the living dead here? Well, technically he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a possible sequence, plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have been removed the knife and dropped dead from the blood loss. Nana killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense will later call Nada to the stand. You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever? Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? Yeah, I feel so bad for us. I knew this going into this... I knew, but like, once we got introduced to Rafer, I was like, and saw like her deal about how her duty was and like what her life is like, I was like, man, she's the fucking Edgeworth of this game. And kind of Francisca of this game. We're gonna fucking rock this girl's world in terms of just like turning it upside down and making her question everything that she thought that she knew. You know, Francisca kind of came out like way, you know, she's still not great, but she's still like, she's got a little bit more of a like understanding of trying to be a good prosecutor and not be like skeezy about it. I mean, she wasn't skeezy as her father was anyway. But, and then Edgeworth, I mean, he needed to be saved anyway. But man, this one, I thought you'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer. I know why you're so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty, as shall you under the stipulations of the DC Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. No, the simple fact is I've always believed in Dirk is innocent. Ah, still you cling to your pretense? Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him and you would not be subject to execution. Is this some sort of joke? Far from it, as queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even criminals like you. And with a wave of my hand, I could even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. Oh, look at that. She's sweating. She knows that she's not exactly the upper hand anymore. Now she's sweating and trying to make a plea deal. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? Continue the defense. We won't kowtow to the threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so... Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. He's done this like 3 times already. But... So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. You nincompoops. You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent, that's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death, does that not frighten you, your hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. Makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for? And yet yeah, duty. It's a heavy burden, all right. Rafa looks like she's really struggling. Someone get the therapist out here. Did they just play this flashback again in like 30 minutes? I think they did. What the fuck? I don't think they do that often. They probably should stop doing that. They shouldn't do that. But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truth she's had to face. Very well then. The defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the DC Act, and I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence that you would care to present? No. 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 I mean, to be fair, we could just do a guilty verdict for this. No, we can't. Then it's not gonna be that last case where we had the guy guilty verdict and then an innocent verdict, and then we undid the guilty verdict from the first part of the trial. I don't think that's gonna happen again. Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? And said that new evidence indicating a different suspect. Does not exist? I'll say does not exist. Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. Whew. Whew, that was a close one. So what now, Apollo? Unless you can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Karain? What? Wait, are you actually suggesting? I certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. You want to spirit channel him? Your Majesty. Crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case is yet to be taken into this trial. But I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you will be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Minister Inga? Or do we do the seance? Just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help. From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. A key means of obtaining testimony. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? We can do the seance. I think Maya is not in a position. I mean, we could do that to Town of the Dead and get testimony, but I think we need Rafa. But that is how I think it was channeling. But there's no way Phoenix would be like. There's no way Phoenix would be like getting Maya out of the hospital. Ain't no way. Me. Here in Korean, legal proceedings include the viewing of a victim's final moments, but that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Rafa's power should enable her to see at the very moment Nana stabbed Inga. It would be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you and your power. You need me.
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time, or is it your goal to make her collapse again? The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one. Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Koreanese law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered. Ooh, and the queen can be like, we can't do that. Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling Savannah Cryan, I proclaim the following. Writing with a fucking finger, of course. Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. You can't do that? She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand? How is this allowed? Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. If it is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I'm afraid. I shall go with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more. Rafa, do not be fooled by his loyally guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in the most piteous fashion. Are you really? Wow, emotional manipulation. Alright, Mother of the Year award once again. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. But has not the Bard one there overturned them more than once? Oh. You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone. This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Worthless? So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Unless you have something to hide. Very well, Horn Devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This has proven to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Rafa to perform a divination seance? No. Fuck you. We're doing this. I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. But Hornhead? I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death. Then don't fucking fail. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage? Now, she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. It's like Maya when she first was trying to do spirit medium training in the original trilogy. She couldn't do it on demand, right? And that's where she had to go off and train in order to try and do so. She couldn't do it in a pinch and only happened during times of stress, but sometimes, it's, performance issues. Right? And that's the bet I'm willing to take. But, just as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me? I wouldn't take stock in those words, Your Benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all. You've only provided the information. In the trials I've been a part of here in Brighton, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances, because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served a vital lead to finding the truth. Which is all what law and criminal affairs can be. That's the only thing that can happen with cases. You can't 100% prove anything to be true. You can only prove things to be the closest thing to being true. Vital leads, my seances. So please, Your Benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You were ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once. Say no. Say no. Start your in your parents' phase. Let's fucking go. No. What did you say? I said no, Mother. Oh, look at her. I am the royal priestess of crying. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. The courts do. Poor head in this hall of justice do. I was halfway. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it no matter the risks. Your Benevolence. Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting not but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barbed Head disproved the insights it offered. And now I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana, I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. Trust in the process. The warrior priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Karain should function. Yes, that's what we're trying to get from the beginning of this goddamn game. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It's off. Hopefully I'm still connected. Okay, so I'm still connected. Okay, cool. I had to wire on my controller, but I was sick and tired of having to hold it like that. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again. That right there, Your Benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. What is my move? Is it? Okay, good. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the royal priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you might find inconvenient. Mother, I am done letting you have your way. Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen? Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. And Bobhead.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Your Eminence. It seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Rafa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. It's gonna fuck us up, isn't it? Because we're gonna have to interpret
Holy
it.
Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Let's get jiggy with it. I was gonna skip it, but since you did so much of a thing to do it, I'm gonna keep it going. Alright, let's try this again. Yay, can't be him. Explosion? Laughter? Excuse me? A lot of other stuff is, you know, whatever, but like those last two things. What in the... A faceless being? What the heck? His face is just like... That picture of the founder. Oh my god, does he have... Fuck. Oh god. Oh. Wait, hold on. What's that thing from? Oh, I cancel the game just in case anyone ever watches me play this and then goes to watch at some point another game that I want Jonah to play on stream at some point that he owns, but I don't want to say the name of it. Uh, what was the condition that you had? What's it called? Proposal. I mean, if you know, you know. Prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia, also known as face blindness, is a neurological disorder that makes it difficult to recognize people based by their faces. It's also involved in another game, which I will not mention what it is, but it is a very good game. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Father, what was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. Yeah. Yeah. Face blindness. How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup? Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh, who does it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows, though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Uh-huh. Oh ho ho, I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claim that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less. No, it doesn't. It doesn't prove that at all. In fact, it also can strengthen our argument, because then we can just say that the pain came back after the painkillers worn off, and then he felt the pain, and then he collapsed. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Wow, Garan has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give the voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. Okay. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed and the attacker let out a laugh. So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. And this is where I fuck up a lot. Hostage. Incense burning. His footsteps. And voice. Incense. On play. Oh, what's up? Google the bathroom. I was gonna wait until I saw that. Okay, the bath has been roomed, and I turned my light on in my room, so don't worry about that later on when it gets dark, because I'll be playing this for a long period tonight. Excuse me. And the PMA was waiting their tune to make the house's exchange. Footsteps. His footsteps. He walks over to there, quick and grave just praising upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He wasn't looking at the Holy Mother, though, was he? Okay. Smells grapes. It's sour. Turns around. Incense. Walks over. Footsteps, 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 footsteps. He has on picture of the Holy Mother. Suddenly you heard Dirk's voice. Oh boy. How come we didn't hear any footsteps? There's no footsteps. Man's voice, footsteps. Pain. Well. Play. Man's voice, incense, footsteps. Stops. Footsteps. Footsteps are there because he walked over. Intense pain. Try to shoot his attacker, but he missed. And then after that, a sigh. Explosion. That is true. He did do explosion. The explosion would be the gunshot, and then the laugh happens after that. So the last statement is true. Around 3 p.m. Wait, rewind? Is it the fact that the man's voice was playing before he got to the picture of the Holy Mother?
Objection!
It's interesting. Okay, no. But he wasn't. Okay. And suddenly he heard Doug's voice. Rewind. Rewind. Play. When is he started first hearing the voice? Right around here. So present here the same statement. Before I put it on the one before, but it's
Objection!
gotcha. Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency with the interpretation. God, these are so fucking hard. An inconsistency where? Master Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to be taking place. When you heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. Indeed. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb, but when he heard the voice, he didn't even turn to look. Do you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice could only have belonged to Dirk. Oh, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? We do? I mean, yeah, of course we do, yeah. Oh, fuck, hold on, we do. You know, I think we do. Something that Inge had while he was waiting for the Dirk, the cell phone. With it, we just might be able to figure out whose voice it was. Maybe we can identify the male voice Mr. Inge heard with this.
Take that!
That's my father's. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice.
Take that!
A cell phone? Right, I believe that the voice the minister heard was a call on his cell phone. I see, well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter? What does it matter? She's gonna say it doesn't matter. I can see the possibility. Then it seems I must provide my vision. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them? Then, my father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, barbed head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been some other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Rafer's insights and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. I hope you are. So it's about right now.
Objection!
That wasn't an alliance war, it was a warbad. I had to break it to you, benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again. Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, your benevolence. Please do. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to a subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim the call was with someone at the palace. Let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. Besides, there aren't any lions in Korean. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lions roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in... It's the warbad. Isn't that the cry of the warbad over in the bazaar? Ah. Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. What's this? Just as I suspected, it was a call of a warbad. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is that important where the call came from? What significance could it have? The time of death. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been from the sound of a gunshot. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Oh, wait. Okay, go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell her wait for the real source of that sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What's the source of the explosive sound?
Take that!
What is that? It's I'll be your guide's statement. In it, he claims that Dad's elbow threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then, yes, the sound he heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. And if I remember correctly, doesn't he mention the warbad also screeching? Yep. Yelled at the dog and the warbad into a firecracker.
Objection!
And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? But do you have any evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? Good point. No, I have none. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than the Joker who got kicked out of Starling Albie with his dragon snout snaps. The happy-go-lucky Dad's Oddball. Really, the Larry Butts of this game. Goddamn, dude. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man could be the cause of so much trouble. He's in the stands too. Hey there, AJPW. Y'all can thank me later. No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Arball. Your benevolence, you need to revise your insight. It would appear so. Oh, we got him. We got him. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insight again. Okay. Can I present evidence now? Okay, well, okay, so fast forward, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. Oh, wait, how am I gonna do this?
Objection!
God damn it, it doesn't work. Did it really happen at 3 p.m.? I mean, if the laugh is coming from the phone, then it is something Minister Inga would have really heard at 3 p.m. The call came from the bazaar, a place where such sounds as laughter can be heard at any time. If that was that, she could very well have been laughing like a fool at 3 p.m. Yeah, you have a point there. Hornhead, I advise you to think again, carefully. Got a point. I think you're getting warmer, but you're still a little bit off. Isn't there another sensation that could definitely pinpoint the time of the call? You know, something that could only occur at a certain time? Right. What only happens at a certain time? So we have the right statement. We just need the right scent. Or the right... Yeah, the right sense. The right sense. The right sense. That's what I'm looking for. That's the right word. Okay, so select the explosion then, because that couldn't have happened at any time. There you go. Your benevolence. There's a glaring problem with this insight. There is. You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know that the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.? Same thing as before, the statement. I'll be your guide's statement. Again? Yes. Because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace or courtyard. Around 2 p.m.? That's right, 2 p.m., not 3 p.m. Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. Dad's laugh, the cry of the warbad, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albi's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, and if we don't use Albi, we can go to any fucking citizen that was around and probably get evidence that this happened at 2 p.m. What this vision shows is extremely likely the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3 as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Hokakuna, but then who did she see leave the place at 2:30? How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Nina put on his clothes. Peace, I say. Now then, defense. What if Nina disguised herself as her father, put out a scream, then ran because she... Oh no, that's complicated as fuck. So she ran into the thing. She ran into the justice's Inga's place, took his clothes, wore them, ran out, made way for a witness, went into the courtyard again to make it look like he went at 2:30, look like he was still alive at that time, thus making a false alibi and false time of death, I guess. Peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't exactly have a face. You're absolutely right. Without a face, you can't be certain of who it was. Furthermore, I need to remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me at Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. Then what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when my mother was performing the rite of channeling. The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the Wright. Don't tell me. The royal residence. It would have been virtually unguarded, which means the real killer could have easily slipped in unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is somehow in disguise as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty. Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. If that face did not appear this time as a mere happenstance, had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been clear as day. You know why? Because he can't see. Because he can't see faces? Apollo, maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga, precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. It's called hypogonesa. What if Inga had it? Then are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appear to him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really? Well, defense, do you have anything to show this court? Yes, I believe so. We have what Mr. Wright knows what we need because Mr. Wright's the one who got this evidence in the first place. When he went to Inga's room in the first place, he got the Inga's notepad. A notepad? Yes, it was found in Mr. Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals, what kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. But nothing describing the face. And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw the killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible about remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your evidence. You knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge, but I suppose there is no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say, my late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is, prosopagnosia. Panosia. Just like the other game that uses that I will not mention. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is a precedent for this. The killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your evidence. Who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs, and me. Surely you're not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. Oh, no, your evidence. Garan had an alibi, remember? Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. Was she? What if this is Amara? I've thought about this before. What if this is Amara, and this is Amara too, and then this is the one that I'll be Sar, and then Amara And then while this was happening, that gave Garana the excuse to go and kill her own husband. We've dealt with this before. We've dealt with this with Dolly and Iris. I mean, they were twins, identical twins, but we've done it with a case of someone pretending to be somebody else while having someone pretend to be them while they're somebody else. We've had that happen a couple times, actually. Sometimes inadvertently. Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. Your Eminence, does Nana know about Minister Inga's disorder? Of course she does. She is our head servant. So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition. And as the priest's personal attendant, she's familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
Okay, music cuts. So bad things about to happen. You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like, when Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible. But Rafa saw him at 2:30. Ah. We did completely forget about that. No, there must be some mistake. So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There is no other answer to this puzzle. Gets us back to square one. But where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seemed short of one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. I see, and without that final puzzle piece, all our deductions fall apart. Someone was disguised as Inga. So the question is either, was it Nada just disguised as Inga and that's it? Or was it possibly Goran? Maybe even Amara, under Goran's fucking order, disguised as Inga through spirit channeling. No, that makes no sense. Wait, no, that does... Wait, no, that kind of does make sense. Let's say you get spirit channeled by somebody, and that person is supposed to go somewhere at a certain time, and the last thing they remember is being killed in a location. Then they try to rush back to said location, but then spirit channeling drops, but that makes no sense. Oh my god, Maya. Oh my god. I forgot about Maya. Okay, so can you force someone to give a spirit channeling? Did they force Maya to spirit channel Inga after his death and then have him be taken, and then he woke up, realized his condition, whatever, or just was confused, and then went out to go to the tomb, and then that would seal the deal there? Then if Nana were able to get Maya to do that, then she would already be in the tomb, right? Let's say, and then Inga in Maya's body gets to the tomb, gets unpossessed, then Maya faints or whatnot, or like whatever, and then Nana ties her up, hides again in the coffin. That's loose though. That's crazy. That's way too complicated. Even for... If Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. What if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead? Oh my god, we actually are going with this idea. Yes, they do. Yep. Oh my god. Was I right? Apollo, did you just... I did. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30 p.m., and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Inga Benevolence saw was, in fact... It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channeled, you say? That's right, and there are only two people capable of spirit channeling here in Crying. Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence. I believe you had completed the channeling, right, and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there too. So either two things happened. Either the person that was doing all those meetings was not her and it was actually Queen Amara, or she was there and it was Maya doing it under duress. Then that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power towards nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be. So then Inga's scream, that was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up from him after he died. Holy shit, that would be fucked up. The Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he had just had a nightmare. Then realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, there he goes, rushes to the tomb. He raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running. Sorry about that. Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime. How can this be? Once again, like the fact that I called this like a minute or two beforehand, the defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Isn't she still in the hospital though? Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Infallible? Who are you, Francisca von Karma? Very well, let's adjourn until the next witness is ready. Whew. Got through, I guess, the first part? Yeah, got through at least the first part. We haven't even solved the first murder. Jeez. We just got two wait, no. We don't have to solve two murders. We just have to solve one. Because if Amara's not dead, then we don't have to there's no second murder to solve. We just have to prove that she's alive. Holy shit. Talk about some really close saves. Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman brand blades, that's for sure. The trial's not even over yet and I'm already exhausted. Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Fey's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She was up all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay. Okay, cool. Barbed head, horned head. Oh, hello, Your Benevolence. Princess Rafa, you were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
You go, girl. You go, Gwen Coco. Despite your your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know, I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like, a cow, a horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal soldier massage. Oh, that's okay, Your Benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough. No, I want a fucking cow. You kidding me? I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. I mean, Wright kind of needs a massage. Hey, you lawyers. Hey, you lawyers. Where's the accused? Huh? Dirk? That's a good question. Dad, what the fuck did you do? I blew it big time, AJ. That's... Shut up, you. What's going on? The scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now? Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You wanna know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her. But that's what I am telling you. That's why I helped him escape in the first place. Do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why do you choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Aw, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point, Dats. Listen, lawyer, you let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume to see that you are ready. Wait, the trial's still on, even without the defendant? Those were her eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. And she's gonna turn it on this, and she's like, look at this, Defiant Dragons. Your leader has fled because he has no... She's gonna be, he doesn't believe that he is innocent and doesn't trust his lawyers to prove that he is innocent. That means he must be guilty. That means he's a murderer. That means he is crusaders for nothing. She's gonna try and spit it in the face of the Defiant Dragons. Nice going, Dats. Nice going. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling Surveyor of Karain, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. Yeah, okay, if you could just write the laws whenever you want to. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. And you are? Oh my god, this is the first time they've met. Oh my god. Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with a loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Huh? I guess no one's filled her in, and she's been under arrest, what, like 3 times already in this series? Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Fey, this is a, oh wait, 4 times. 4 times, she's been arrested 4 times. Miss Fey, this is a trial for Dirk Sadmati, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But... Miss Fey, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate? Is that how you say it? Obfuscate the time of his murder. At least that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but that's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Majesty. Hmm. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Minister Inger. And if her words were to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. Apollo, Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. I guess I'd better dig a bit and try to get her to open to me first.
Hold it!
Okay. It sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Ah, sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. Then what was that all about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? A pretty big one. I think this is about all you're gonna get out of her. Yeah. Maya seems really confused. We can't blame her for not knowing what happened. True, after all, first she was kidnapped and now she's wrapped up in a murder case. But to fill her in as she gives her testimony. I see. Okay, so we just do what we usually do, impress.
Hold it!
You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of the Plumbed Punisher. Acting like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me. Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through? Oh, that? Proving execution was simply his preferred method of stress relief. Bro, you need a... Well, he's dead already, but he needed a better method of stress relief. Yeah, I mean, also, like, Green Ground's basically the old ball and chain. I don't know, that's not good. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened...
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him? Don't remember? I may be 28. Oh, that's right. God damn. But I'm not senile, you know. Miss Faye, you were confined to MR's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nana in the tomb, dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness. didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there's no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands to do it. Here we go. Okay, here's the thing. She's gonna do the channeling mudra, and then she's gonna show what it looks like, and then we're gonna compare it to this thing, and then we're gonna see that the channeling mudra is not this, and prove that that was not Queen Garan channeling at that moment. Right. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training, amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes, but full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session, and they can send their deceased spirit away anytime they want. I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye? Of course. It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye Ace Spirit Medium. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. I'll show you childish, Nick. Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. Impiously little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Mr. Inga, do you? Oh, there's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. The defense has no evidence to offer. I will have to end our cross-examination. There's the gemstone that's covered in soot. You bet there is. Really? Well now. You're bluffing, I take it. I'll be fine. Time to do some serious thinking. Okay, we know that when Ray first saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, if it would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Ray first saw him. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Firefay was channeled to Mr. Inga?
Take that!
Was it actually right? Is that a gemstone? Holy fuck, that was right. We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it, but then as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa, especially if he were wearing your clothes, so you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Ah. Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh. She seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Kakur Karayan, right? That is correct, in part, but there's more, much more. Inga Kakur Hakud Disnan Bayani. Holy shit. What? Inga kaku haku desnan biani laga or more pompous dain arid is Karain the Third. Bo, get a smaller name. That is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Maya, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No. I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel. So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know and didn't like thanks to that last trial? I can't believe this. Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumption again. Apollo? I was thinking. Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. You should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right, we know Ray first saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It had been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Well, I'm waiting, defense, and you know how much I despise waiting. Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. So the defense believes that there is another. Let's have your very serious answer then. With pleasure. Our own devil, who could have channeled Minister Inga? Oh. Are we doing this? Because Nina has not proven to be a spirit medium. But there's only one other person that exists. Wait. I can't pick Nina. What? If it has to have to be Nina then? Because there's only one other option.
Take that!
Nina? Your Eminence said it yourself. I mean, that's what I thought before, that she disguised as him before we started talking about spirit channeling, but did we ever confirm that she can actually spirit channel? And then there's the benevolence's statement. She said that Nina disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters, the room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nina channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. No way. That's gotta be it. Nina must have somehow channeled the minister. All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nina isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nina to the stand. Well, your evidence? Well, she's missing still. Very well then, let us call Nina to testify. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Nana is in the waiting lobby. What? Nana's here? I thought she'd gone missing. Is what both me and Apollo are saying. It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But our concern for Wafer brought her here today. Something's fishy. I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Miss Nana, do you understand why you have been summoned here today? Jeez, look at all that hair. Yes, of course. Oh, no, just for a little bit, I'm gonna do an old lady verse. Her evidence has informed me that this man here suspects that I have committed a crime. I'm gonna probably drop it soon. Though I will say... I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. This horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal. A nincompoop? Isn't that Wafer's favorite insult? I guess Nana rubbed off on her with all the time they spent together. You there, young horned head. Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inger and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inger in his private quarters. I do her testimony in her voice, and then that's it. In it. Only voice, and that's it. I was feeling under the weather yesterday, and I decided to rest these weary old bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an old spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Crying. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garad is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That the servant such as Nana could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest. Alright, the defense may now question the witness. Alright, dropping the old lady voice because it's going to get hard for me to do that while doing all this. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Oh, one. Go back.
Hold it!
Obvious dog stole your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest? I had been feeling unwell all day and had punched myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. Well, I sympathize with you, Nana. You took the whole day off without informing Princess Wafer. She was very worried about you, you know. How very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I. Except to Wafer, Nana's not just a mere servant. To even think a mere commoner could channel spirits to slay a minister, what hogwash.
Hold it!
I hear you are the head servant, isn't that right? Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits? Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure. I think not, but that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Crying. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and a rigorous training, but most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening. So commoners could never become a medium no matter how hard they tried. That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young or hornhead. Okay, so then what about Maya?
Hold it!
Okay then, what if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Naina? Like a distant relative or something. I'm from a line of humble fishermen all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry. Apollo, if spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, then even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training. And as the bard one says, it also must be mentioned that this secret art is only taught here in the Kingdom of Karayan, in your country's Korean village. I would ask the witness to continue her testimony. Okay.
Hold it!
Okay. Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right? Yes. Oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins and was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel. Poor Naina's yet another follower unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. We need not recount such ancient history. What do you mean ancient history? But that's the whole entire basis of the second case. Second trial. Let us continue with the witness's testimony.
Hold it!
Miss Faye was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inger's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him. But I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Fey who channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune. No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo, but try not to look so forced when you do, would you? Nina is right about one thing, though. Only those of royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Karayan. Common folks like us are out of the luck. Yeah, I guess so. What do I prove to show that Maya Fey could channel spirits? What can I prove? Fuck, what can I prove? Hold on.
Hold it!
Okay, so that's true.
Hold it!
Okay. Oh jeez. Oh fuck, damn. Oh, hold on. Oh, I got the right thing. Oh jeez, oh god. Oh please. Oh. Hello, hi. Hi. Thank you for the raid, truck. What do you? Oh, my rivals. Are you playing my rivals? Oh, welcome on in. Man, I feel like a kid, or had playing a game, and then the parent comes in, and be like, "What you doing, son?" Hi. I am Windings, robot detective VTuber. I play mysteries, actions, puzzles, you name it. Basically, a shit ton of games. But those are my specialties usually. And right now we're playing through the last main case before the DLC case of Ace Attorney: Spirit of Justice, of the Phoenix Wright games. Welcome on in, truck. Hi. For you, truck, and for all you people coming in raiders, if you need to step away to get some drink, food, rest, or anything like that, because I'm not sure what time zones you're in right now, or what other plans you have, please feel free to do so. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for, if you stay around, thank you for staying around. Yeah. I do need to get back to Marvel Rivals, though. Connor said he tried Ultron, and Ultron was okay, but I still want to try Ultron and see how it is. Although now Marvel Rivals is going to compete with another Marvel game that got announced today. Woohoo! Yeah, that fighting game. Yeah, baby. Also, I'm stuck at the moment. Someone told me State of Play was today, and I wanted to start sobbing because I missed watching Game Announced with you, Jonah, and Jay. It was me and Jonah got together in my server, and we were watching it. I did think about that State of Play, that one faded State of Play from, was it last year, the year before? The Shadow! The one time I was like, man, we should have recorded that. Of Jonah freaking out over Shadow the Hedgehog and like Shadow Generations. But yeah, those are a good time. I am gonna be doing though I am gonna be recording on Friday. I'm streaming me doing the not State of Play, but the what's it called? The Summer of Gaming on Friday. Yes, on Friday, before I have to go on my trip, because I have to do that, and then Saturday I have a wedding to go to out of state, and then I'm back on Sunday for the Xbox showcase, the PC gaming showcase, and just basic living. Just the infamous scream and Shadow appears. Exactly, just like ah! This came out of fucking nowhere. That's one of the few things I'm just gonna like take to my grave. I'm gonna be an old man like dying on my deathbed. I'm gonna be like, my one regret is that we weren't streaming that one time and getting Jonah's priceless reaction. Oh well, maybe in my next life there'll be another Shadow X Shadow Generations. Fuck, what are you? I need something that proves that Maya Fey could have done it.
Objection!
Could I present this? Demon context. Okay, no, so that's a favor. It's okay. I've taken 2 hits. I can take another. The only regret in life. Yes, the only sad one. What? Is that the only thing you miss, Grandpapa? What about marrying Grandma? No, that was fine. Everything else is fine. It's the only regret I have. Only member of the royal family can learn the spirit channeling, here and crying. Okay, but what about Maya Fey? What do I prove to say that Maya Fey could have done it? Okay, no. No again, and no. Fuck. I'm so goddamn close. Also, I probably should fill people in. I must look and get food and drinks, but I love you, Broski. Have an amazing stream. Yes, love you too. We should play Get Together in him and play some. I probably should get back to playing Marvel Rivals, honestly. It's just been sitting there menacingly in the corner while I've been playing other games, like gacha games and other stuff. And I've only been playing that in my stream games. Holy shit. Oh boy. I probably should fill people in a little history of what's going on. What's going on in this game? We have Phoenix Wright, who is here as our main character. Apollo Justice, who you can't see, as our other main character. Athena Sykes is our third main character. And currently, they are trying to make sure that Dirk Sedmati, Apollo Justice's foster father, is not convicted as being guilty for killing Justice Minister Inga, who is running this foreign country, fictional foreign country, that is mixes together basically spiritualism and law in a way that is not exactly conducive to having fair trials. And then he kidnapped another character from the original Ace Attorney games, Maya Fey, because she is a spirit medium, and was going to use her to get access to this thing, which is supposed to give people who ever use it power. Imagine it being the MacGuffin. And his wife, who is the prosecutor in this case, is a little bit cray, but she's also a little bit hot off the record when she's a little bit cray. And she is trying to get my guy also tried for killing not only her quote-unquote husband, but then also killing his own wife, who is this lady here, who was the previous queen, because now the prosecutor is the current queen, but she's definitely evil and up to some no good. And she also has a daughter who is now in her rebellious, fuck you, mom, you're not the boss of me, who can make divination seances happen and can basically determine and see the last a victim's last moments before their death. And we're trying to go after the girl, the princess that I just talked about just now. She has a nanny named Nana, who we are suspecting of also being a spirit medium, just like our friend, and may have channeled said victim after he died to get him to move from location A to location B, where he was discovered, and thus prove that he was killed at 2 p.m. and not 3 p.m. because his daughter witnessed him going from location A to location B at 2:30, when we have evidence that proves that he was killed in location B at 2 p.m. And so we have to prove that someone channeled his spirit and then ran from location A to location B in order to make an alibi to make it look like he died later, which would make our guy be the killer, which he's not, we think. Now, in terms of what we have in our cross-examination, and I'm saying this all out loud as well because I need to help this. Sometimes when you say things out loud, it helps you out yourself. One very big thing out. We are now finding the nanny who has been absent for the past couple of hours or so. And we have to basically determine, she is claiming that she has no spiritual power and thus can't be a spirit medium. So basically she can't channel a spirit. And she's also making the claim, which we know is incorrect, most likely, that only members of the royal family can learn the spirit channeling here in Karayan. However, we also know the fact that she's saying that the only person who could have done that is Maya Fey, right? So, also thank you for the follow, Astro Dude. I know you've been in here a couple times, but thank you for the follow. You've been helping me out with some Attorney stuff in the past too, I think in the past. Let's see. So we have to prove, if I don't talk a lot in the chat, that's one of the reasons is probably because I'm thinking about things that are happening in the game, but Eminence Grinkaranas only have spirit medium left. Wait, hold on.
Objection!
But Queen Amaro's not dead. That's right. That is right. Okay. Whew. Yeah. So the other big thing is, up until this point, the public does not know that their previous queen, who everybody loved and they thought was killed by my defendant, is still alive. They thought that she burned up and they put her ass in a fucking tomb that should never be opened. And now we're going to basically prove that the queen is still alive. With that comes a lot of implications that are not going to, well, which are going to be good for us, because we're trying to actually kind of destabilize this government because they really need to go. but this is gonna open up a huge can of worms in this current court case. Don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of the case, because we can't. Well, is the defense going to follow up on his loud objection with a sound explanation? Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nana's testimony. Go on. Because here's the thing. The defense, the defendant, the victim, and the prosecutor, and the prosecutor's sidekick, who is my foster brother, who is also the real biological son of the defendant, he's also being a dick right now, all know that the queen is alive. The judge does not know, the public does not know, and we're about to say this out loud, possibly. Yeah, it'd be like us basically admitting that the Queen Elizabeth is still alive. You know, she asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because in Korean, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I failed to see the problem in that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Okay, how are we gonna... Yeah, we have proof that she walked into the room where he was last seen at one point, and then he walked out right afterwards, but she never walked out. And then we got to the scene of the pathway between A and B, and none of us saw her leave scene A. So... Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah. Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? No. Would the court please take a look at this photo? Oh, we are going down. We're going down this route, but what else are we going down with this route with? This is photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Karan is the only remaining spirit medium in Korean. Well, I mean, we don't have to do the second case, right? Foreign devil, you mustn't. Oh, we fucking am. Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? And here we have the bad guy, aka bad woman. Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph? The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatara Karayan. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. What? But that's nonsense. We've dealt with worse things. More crazy things. Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. Either way, though, she's still alive. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here in this very courtroom today. But, wait, are we actually gonna go with this route? I thought about that for a split second, but there's no way. Did she disguise herself as Nana? Ain't no fucking way. Do you not be perceived, Your Majesty? The red pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning, loyal art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor, because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? I mean, that's a whack. Okay. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as... Jesus fucking Christ. We're going with this. But that's... This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. A person who killed Minister Inger, someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance, the medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person, you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nana. Your true identity is former Queen Amara, the killer we've been looking for all along. You know what? Actually, no. Yeah. You got me. I didn't get that. I didn't call that. I kind of had a hunch, but no, I didn't call that. Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh, and he didn't know. Oh, he knew she was alive, but he didn't know. Oh my, such frightening allegations. Indeed, absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives. And it's actually Miss Nana here. You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. Ooh, she's pissed. If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? Oh shit, that's right. And we did that in the previous game too. We did that in Trials and Tribulations. We tried channeling someone, but you can't channel someone if they're not dead, and I think that happened. I can deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nana, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Yep, it's your mama. But the one thing I don't understand is, why would Dirk tell Apollo that something that I would not want to know would come true? Nana, no, Amara's the guitar crying. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Getting mask off now? Oh dearie me, I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. It's mask off time, baby, let's go! Yeah, whoa. Yeah, no, it's justice for all that someone couldn't be channeled because they were still alive. The trial tribulations because the spirit was already being channeled. That's right, because in trials and tribulations it was who was being trialed? They thought that it was Pearl being trialed, but it was already Iris is being trialed or whatever. One of the twins was being no, it was Pearl was being channeled, but she was being Iris and Daya. One of the twins, the bad one, I forgot which one the name was being channeled into Maya, but she was acting as if she was Iris. That's right. Well, the bad one was channeling herself into Maya to make her look like she was the good one. That's right. It just as far as because someone could channel because they were still alive. That was the second case. Okay, that's right. Because they were like, oh, because the doctor was like, oh, I want to channel Eenie Miney, or whatever her name was. And you couldn't channel Eenie Miney because Eenie Miney was alive because Meenie Miney was the one that died. Okay. I was tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people crying. It is I, Amara Sigatara Karayan, your former queen. Queen Amara? Get fucked. That's right, your fucking lifeline is here. Mom's coming to pick you up and take you back home, kid. Can it really be true you were alive and well? It is true, I feel as if I had been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused you all a great deal of distress. Oh. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It's quite alright, Goran. I am safe now. But Dirk, that blockhead who threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life, but though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would further attempts on my life. Okay, Dirk is not... Did Dirk actually try to kill her and then something else going on, or is someone else setting him up? Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Goran. But the building of that great tomb, and this disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing? Goran, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I thought I could protect her. It was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public, to all who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant. He's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. But those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with. If there is something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. Yep. That's right, your queen's alive and we're gonna accuse her of murder. What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? Yes! Yes, we will! A grand priestess of Cryanism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people. So, if you commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nana, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder, so you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? Oh ho ho! What a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer? Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself? You may be a grand figure in Cryanism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. Half foreigner. You were raised here a little bit here, dude. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul? But please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. Fear not, good magistrate, for this is the sacred hall of justice. I am a grand priestess on the stand. I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence. Your compassion overfloweth your mercifulness. O young lawyer, in my benevolence I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw? Nayuda. Yes, your mercifulness, aka yes, mom. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk Sadmari, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuda. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Benevolence, Princess Rafa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb at around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved the tomb, then when she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh yeah, as she tried to exit before you all arrived. Princess Rafa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, Benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet she was there. Was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense? I mean, it's not like there's a whole entire empty sarcophagus with her fake dead body in there that she could have just gotten into because it's her fucking sarcophagus, right? No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Oh, come on, man. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor said Maddie. Assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. Bruh, that's alright. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, your eminence. And there you have it, your majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I will relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more. Why, thank you, your eminence. Now then, your mercifulness, your testimony, if you please. Holy shit, this is a long-ass case. We're missing some piece of the puzzle, though. What is it? Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmari for his crimes. Oh, such marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, your mercifulness. Okay, this too is but the grace of her holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well. Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say? Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to this witness stand. And to the purity of truth. Oh, how magnificent, Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth. Praise be for Queen Amara. Yay, woo! Is she misguided, or is she just straight up evil? Now then, the defense may question the witness. Remember, she's a grand priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony. But that's my job. Those Bambi-looking people over on the side. Okay, that doesn't matter. Okay. Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. but you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today, for the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. Oh, well, fuck. I would have never been able to leave. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... There was a despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporality. So, like Pandora's box, he completely lost me. In other words, it's empty, but no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. What if there's a way out of the sarcophagus? Okay. I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. If I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have emerged at the crime scene. Where could he have gone? Precisely, as you said yourself, Defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at that time were Dirk Sadmati and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next. There was no escaping such simple truths. There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Ah, perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. What's this?
Objection!
No, it's definitely not like that, Your Aunt, Miss Fliz. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me, you must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband. To bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me. That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless. Do you understand now, lawyer? Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? Maybe the sarcophagus has a hidden passage? For normal people. Maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. Very well, Defense, do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of, spirit channeling. Who would she spirit channel? Maybe a royal guard? If she spirit channels a royal guard, she can sneak out, right? By using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear. Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. All she had to do was channel someone, and she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. But it had to be someone who was dead, right? Why, I believe that actually makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder. Uh-oh. What in the... Mercy, your mercilessness. How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, defense? You retract your last statement or face immediate execution. No, I won't. No, good majesty, it is quite all right. Koreanism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to this blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling, or it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb, and that was Minister Inga. The only others there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye. Had I channeled Inga as you allege, well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. For there, beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. If I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have been... Oh, shit! Dirk was talking about that he had not much longer to live. No fucking way. No fucking way. Did Dirk go in and then just die? And then she channeled him? No, but if she channeled him, where would she put the body? Well, that would also make sense, though. If she channeled him, and that would explain that he knew that he was dead, because he would know if he come back to life that he'd already be dead. He vanishes from the courtroom. She shows up right afterwards. Nana shows up while he's gone. They're never seen at the same time. So you see, it could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. Holy fuck. Does that mean Dirk's dead? And that explains it. That explains because Dirk was saying earlier before, there's something you're gonna find out at the court that you're not gonna like. And you're just gonna have to accept this truth. And the truth is gonna be that Dirk is already dead to begin with. Not like to begin with, but he was dead from whatever killed him. He said he had not long to live, whatever. He died in there. And then, oh boy, did she kill him or did he just die just naturally? He said there's no harm to him, right? There's no injuries. So he died. She channels him. But where would the body go? That's the problem. Where would she put the body? Or unless his body is already in the sarcophagus. What if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim. Queen Amara. Please add your last statement to your testimony. You're not gonna like what you're about to find out? Because you know what you're about to find out.
Objection!
Whew, this case is fucking insane. Oh boy. Oh boy. Huh. So this really is like trials and tribulations. Holy shit. The murderer went around in someone else's body, pretended to be somebody else. Holy shit. Actually, it's kind of the opposite. It's Apollo's bridge to the turnabout. Exactly. the defense care to share something with us. Because in Bridge to Terror, people who aren't familiar, it's the idea that, yeah, as I said before, there were two sisters, Maya, Iris, and Dahlia. Iris being the bad one, and Dolly being the bad one, and Iris being the good one. And Dahlia was caught for a crime and basically put to death. And then, so Dahlia went to go kill Maya Fey, and in her panic, Maya basically, what was that? Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, no, I muted myself for that time too. Whoopsies. Okay. Okay, we're good. All right, we're good. All right. You knew, didn't you? Whatever you're talking about. Basically, as I said before, since I muted myself, Iris and Dahlia. Dahlia was a bad one. Dahlia was dead. And then Maya basically channeled Dahlia to make sure that she couldn't get killed by Dahlia. And something similarly happened here, where she channeled Dirk to get out of a situation, basically. Which was to get out of this murder situation. Yeah. If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. Wait, hold on. Why am I... Oh, the caption's open here too. Wow. Ooh, okay. Oh, one of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Kunamara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper, of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. Suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? Who was the other victim? There's no way this could be true. No matter what, read out the head thoughts, but we're doing it for this. But no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Kunamara channeled was... Holy shit, we're actually doing this. Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights on me. Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. Ah, that sucks. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
What? You can't... That's not possible. Oh, it is. The defendant, Dirk Sadmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity. Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection.
Yeah, I am. I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see, after Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara, but it can't be, can it? Dirk's blood stain on the scene of the crime was a clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? Unless his body is not there, the only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered. That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth, and you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Nayuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. There's only one place. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb, but why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, the killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, bring that Queen Amara, that lives, and trust that we may not open it. If we must. Your Majesty, I believe that the sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Now then, Detective Sky, your report, if you please. I'll start with my findings. If he's right, he's gonna be that one gif of that kid at the spelling bee that wins but looks dissatisfied. Oh. Well, Apollo, you got it right. I searched the sarcophagus. Revealed a body that appeared to be several days old. A body? Detective Sky. Tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory wasn't completely off base. I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as... You'd be crazy if it was Apollo's real father. That would have been even crazier. That would be some like 999 level shit or something. Dirk said Marty. Sorry, dude. Your mom's missing, your best friend got murdered, and your foster father's dead. Oh, and your actual father's dead too. Wait, been dead for a while though. Several days old. But then who was with us the whole time? How can this be? The traitorous snake, the very head of the urgency, murdered? Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they clawed out from under. You sure about that? Yeah, who are you fighting for? That's a good question. Apollo. You still got your mom. You still got your half sister. You still got Wright and Athena. Son. A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. What is this? This is was a father-son Kamehameha level shit thing going on? Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get the truth. Okay, well, we solved this case at least. But Dirk, what if the truth is that you're... Well, then the truth is the truth. Dirk said this during the civil trial. Apollo in court tomorrow. I know he said that, but I'm saying that like this aspect of looking at him, like remembering this information is kind of like that though. It must be fresh in my mind because I saw some gameplay people playing through Dragon Ball Z Kakarot and having that father-son Kamehameha be seen again. You may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept, but I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son after all. You believed in me that much, Dirk? So was that all with Queen Amara's body? That can't be right. Dirk, I think I finally understand. Pick yourself up from your bootstraps, kid, and let's get this show on the fucking road. Can't yield. Not now, not ever. After Dirk believed in me despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now. Apollo. Bit of sky. Yes. I'll show you that the body has been there for a few days. I'm positive no autopsy has been performed yet, so I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they were the cause of death. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who can get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. And yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who would be channeling Dirk when I first saw him in the States.
Take that!
Okay, nope. Oh, wait, no. I'll take another hit, that's fine.
Take that!
Maya? I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right, and do you remember what she said earlier? Oh, yeah. Okay, that explains it. That was a promise made right there and then, but Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out, and that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then. Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder. I'm guessing Inga shot him then? Hey, young lady, time to get you up and out of here. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag, so I started digging around. That's when I found out you've been abducted. Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. A long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Oh, well, that explains the 3 shots that I'm missing from the gun. That's kinda smart. You've become a real thorn on my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies. Holy shit, this is the most gruesome death we've seen in this whole entire series. Holy fuck. Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? What are you? Some kind of freak? Nuts to this. Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. That explains when he called, when the bad guy, when Inga called about the whole entire ransom thing, and he answered the phone. He was like, "What the fuck, Dirk? You're there? Shit!" But he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. Those ropes. I've got to help you. Relax. It's gonna be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer. No, don't say that. You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. Stop it. Don't give up like that. If you do, untying a rope like that will be child's play. No. Please, hang in there. Yeah, Apollo, isn't there a cure or some sort of treatment? For Dirk, unfortunately, not for what I've got. Death itself. Yeah. Bo was literally a dead man walking. Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son. Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time, so he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that? Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. Oh, so the whole entire time, and he's been hanging with us, being like, "Hey, let's get together, son. Let's be together. Let's do father-son things." Because he was already dead. Oh, that fucking sucks. And that this was his last chance. Fuck. Just show up here without warning after all this time? What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Fuck. And you almost blew him off. Oh my god. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. Dirk defeating after the civil trial. Maya is somewhere safe. That much I'm sure of. They didn't go the phone. You can't lay a hand on Maya Faye, and I do mean that literally. Oh my god. Holy shit. Did Inga not check the fucking tomb afterwards? And I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you're ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Wait, he did check the tomb though. If he hid the body, he would have checked the tomb, so you would know that he didn't have Maya. Do you believe that Q's death will impact what we know about this case? Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes, I believe I can explain everything now. Very well, your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Mr. Inga was already dead. I said that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. That would have been the Queen. Inga probably bluffed that he had her and only Dirk called his bluff. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Kunamara stopped channeling Minister Inger and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out from Miss Faye's body. Drove her spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama of parting, that is. Using one, anyone can drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refuses to leave. Oh, that's a callback. That is definitely a callback. Ooh, are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... That's right, that extra Magatama that we found. That it was. That's right, Prosecutor said Maddie, and you've seen one in action before. Oh, right. It was there. But also, I thought it was in Trials and Tribulations, too. You saw how the glowing red Magatame sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. I completely forgot about that. Holy shit. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body, which makes sense because it's been possessing your body for what, at least 3 days or something like that, right? I was exhausted after channeling for so long after all. After that, Kunamara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then Kunamara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood on them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And then he woke up being like, what the fuck? And that's how she escaped right under our noses. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. So ultimately, it was all for naught. Nayuta? These dreams of evolution Dirk was always spouting, they placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuta, how can you... Oh, he's just upset. He's spaghetti. Karma has spoken. The dream of the revolution has withered on vine. Its fate is sealed. The one other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. Nayuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. The revolution is far from over, it's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean Dirk is indeed dead? However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inger while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantially prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inger's death was at 2 p.m.? Well, no, I don't, but it seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor said, Maddie, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sadmadi to be the foul murderer that he was. Every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the DC Act, as you wish your evidence. Very well then, Queen Amara. Please proceed with your additional testimony. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now, let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Karayan and its people. Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with its cross-examination. I'm down to 2 lives. Hmm.
Hold it!
Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment. As you would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies. But I should not be surprised considering you learned from him. Him? You mean Dirk, right? Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me, a grand priestess with a silver tongue. We are still talking about the case, right? Surely you have heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before. Ah, but to think that I, of all people, would fall under that devil's spell. I would advise all here today to beware this lawyer's silver tongue, lest you too be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been. Jeez, lady.
Hold it!
I admit I don't have any solid evidence yet, but you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Korean. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Instant lawyer. The fuck? Forgive us your mercilessness.
Objection!
But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Karai?
Objection!
Oh, come on. What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Under the circumstances of Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Wait. Prove she was in the tomb. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you're ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits, very well, let us see some evidence that proves that was the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? Well, time to finally do what I was gonna do a while ago.
Objection!
And now we have evidence to back it up too. Thank you. Thank you for discovering the body and showing me that blue butterfly that looks like it could possibly have something to do with matching with this butterfly thing that we just presented. Does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is... we found in the tomb and it has the minister's blood on it, which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I failed to see how it was relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? There is a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's.
Take that!
That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not? Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. Jeez, I wonder what it could be. Huh.
Take that!
You would notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue. Oh, now that you mention it, don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair? If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs. How about that? There are some fingerprints. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor said Marty. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again? Now that this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact. What? No. Now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara. It belongs to you, doesn't it? It seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Yuta, Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were the channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath, and beyond. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used, but he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why would you always... Well, Queen Amara? Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, I knew someone was gonna have their fucking eyes having to be open at some point. This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sikatara Karain, who slew Minister Inga. Well, that's one case down. Why? This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you... Forgive me, Nayuta. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way? So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sadmati, suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime, so why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it would have come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. Pete Cage just finished this. Oh, well, welcome on in then. Don't spoil it because it's my first time. Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Senmari, if you have no further objections. This cannot be. My mother? I have no objections. You proved your innocence for one case, but not the other case. Very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with the assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmati. There we go. It's too fucking easy. Your benevolence. I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, your benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection towards Nana? Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there is no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings. But Barbed Head, Hornhead, are you going to let this stand? Yeah, something doesn't feel right. You know why something doesn't feel right? Because we haven't presented 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5 pieces of evidence in this case. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. Push to continue. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth, and the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead? Very well then, will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case has yet to become to light? Queen Amara? There's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Kakur Karayan. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Minister Inga has been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of their insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but he was still not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction? Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Karan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago, and as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of the channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so at 2 p.m. during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. Apollo. Yep. It seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. If you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must. The hands. Gotcha.
Gotcha!
That was quick. Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever do you mean? The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a photo of it? Yep, we did. And I knew something was going to be relevant about it. What is she wearing right now? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once. No. Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so. Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now, there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice. It's probably not the hand then. I thought it was going to be the hand pose, but it's not that then. Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. What's that right there? An injury? No, wait. I think it's a burn scar. I fucking knew they were switched! Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. No, keep it zoomed in there. Keep it. Okay, never mind. The person in this photo isn't the Queen Goron, then who is it?
Take that!
Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Goron. Which means something that I have been suspecting a little bit since the beginning. Not beginning, since the Queen Amara has revealed to be alive, but also something that I've been thinking about since a little bit a while ago. If she's the one spirit channeling, is it actually possible the Queen Goron doesn't know how to spirit channel? It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you're both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Goron. The question is, why? Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see behind it for ourselves. Look! Look with your special eyes. The exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand. So the person in this photo really is... Yes, it's Queen Amara. This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places? Amara's confession earlier was also false? Mother, what is the meaning of this? She's covering for Gohan. Don't you see? This changes everything. We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact time when the murder took place. But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't have possibly have committed this crime. Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the Spinster and accused the stage of the crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirks could have only been there in the tomb if she was channeling him. Which means... While Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it? Isn't it obvious? Why was this right held in the first place if Queen Gohan wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi.
Take that!
We're getting 2-for-1 deal right now. What, is that some kind of a joke? Nope. No, Your Majesty, I can never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Gohan Sigatar Krine. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Gohan ask you to pose as her, perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body and then stage the crime to make it look like she was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m. while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Gohan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness? There's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Mother? Mother? Justice Minister Inga's true killer is... What? I really did it. Your Eminence, my life is yours. Isn't he one of Gohan's royal guards? Queen Amara, bailiff, arrest that guardsman. Mother. Gohan couldn't have. Could she? Someone call for an ambulance, quickly now. Ain't no fucking way. That is, I mean, I guess if you run the fucking country, you can just be doing this shit, but ain't no fucking way. Holy shit. Oh, are you gonna stop now, Windings? No, we're completing this fucking shit. I said I'd complete this case today, and goddamn, I'm gonna complete this case today. I can't believe what just happened. Tell me about it. Do you think Gohan put that guard up to it? If she did, she's going to regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Poor Queen Amara. Your benevolence? Any news on her condition? She is undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They are giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though. That Garan, justice will be served. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. What was that about being reunited? Oh, it's nothing. Right. Yeah, she's your mom. How are you, Hornhead? Joke said Muddy was your father and all, but blood after all. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm going to stay focused on. Hornhead, you are sturdier than your statue that's on. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo? Ugh, fucking dots. Dirk, that was a real shocker, alright. I can't believe the dragon is dead. That's... Say, AJ, I was wondering, when Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amara turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so, but I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it, or if it was a part of Garana Amara's plan. Man, our dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it? Don't give up yet. There's a very good chance that Garan is the real culprit in all of this, and we can prove her guilt in court. Hey, you're right. That could be just the push we need. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ. The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. All in a day's work. The Honorable Rebel Dirk Sadmati. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. Really? Oh, why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man. The trial is about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once. Already? After what just happened? The first thing Gawan will do is respond to that last accusation, so you better stay on your toes, Apollo. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Gawan, here comes justice. Oh shit, this case is long. It is long, 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 long. But then again, I guess this is the last case of a game, and it's supposed to be that way. Now then, let us resume today's proceedings. Huh? Well, let's see. Where's the guy whose mother was just shot? I'm assuming he's at the hospital trying to care for his mother who just got shot. I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing. What? He wasn't acting under your orders? How dare you cast suspicion upon Her Eminence? Judge, have you been listening to anything that's been going on right now? It's quite alright, Your Majesty. Suspicion is only natural under circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. Now then, Your Majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility. A new possibility, you say? Indeed, for during the break, the real killer confessed to me. What? Bailiff called the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed? What she got up her sleeve this time? Who the fuck is she gonna bring up as the real killer? Who else is she gonna have available for that? Oh, god damn it. Ah. This is Edgeworth thinking that he killed his dad. Oh, god damn it. Oh, great. He's the one who confessed? Prosecutor said, Maddie, you're the real killer? I questioned him during the recess as I felt that Amara had been covered for someone. So it was that he finally confessed his crime to me. Now, Yuta, you didn't really do it, did you? Take it the fucking fall. You fucking... God damn. Her eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inger. Shock, shock, awe, shock and awe, surprise. Oh, fucking lying. Why you fucking lying? Peace. Hatsuko said, Maddie, move over a little bit here. Are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed. Yes, I am certain. For I killed him by my own hand. At last, the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this? Nayuta, retract your confession now. Mr. Justice, it is not yet time for your cross-examination. Well, who cares about that? Admit it. It was Queen Garan who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she? You're out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. My thought process is it's not just his mother that she has over him, it's also his sister. Because I still am under the impression that Rafa is actually his sister and not actually, and she's Amara's daughter and not Garan's daughter. And then she's like, I'll kill your sister. I'll do it. I'll make it look like an accident too. Or I'll do it in plain sight. I don't give a shit. And he was like, fuck. You know, you saw what I did to your mom. I'll do that to your sister. And some self-restraint. But do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder? That is... Truly, the truth can set us free. Looks like Garan got to him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming. Whatever the case may be, Hatsuko said, Mari, your testimony, please. Alright, let's get this over with. We can break apart his testimony and then reveal the thing about, the sister, and then we can take out Garan, and then I'll end up, for a nice little bedtime. Cannot remain silent while her eminence fell under suspicion of crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inger. He had to die for the future crying. I consider divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed I let it go so far for my sake. Okay. You do understand what you're doing, right, Nayuta? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty. If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else. The law, Nayuta, or the queen?
Objection!
Enough. This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony. Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination defense. It's pressing time.
Hold it!
Kept quiet all this time, even though you were the real killer? Yes, and I accept what I might have done and can never be forgiven. But I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the queen herself. Hatsuko said Mari has placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He is taking responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to the queen and country. Without a monarch on the throne, Korean would be plunged into chaos. I could never wish that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known. I'm going to ask you again, Nayuta. Did you really kill Minister Inga? Yes. No matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable.
Hold it!
It's not too late. You can still retract your confession before the verdict is rendered. There is no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. That is that simple. I think we'll need some evidence before we can get him to retract his confession. Either that or we'll have to force a retraction out of him by appealing to what's in his heart. It's not going to be easy either way. Consequence said, Mari, what was the motive for your crime? I had a reason enough to kill Minister Inga. Okay.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Mr. Inga was planning to assassinate Her Eminence in a coup. I had to nip this evil in the bud, even if it cost me the purity of my soul. So you're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to protect the Queen? Long have we remained independent under the authority of our spirit medium queens. We command the people's awe and respect with the power to commune with the dead. Without such a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world. But if spirit channeling is so important, why did you have Queen Amara perform the rite? I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. She would fulfill her duty only when the desire struck, as sporadic as that was. It was, therefore, something she did on a whim. There was no meaning behind it. A meaningless whim? It's hard to present a statement like that, or press a statement like that. Now, if I may return to my testimony.
Hold it!
Divine judgment? Yes, I rendered judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother. Are you saying the Holy Mother guided you? No, Her Holiness would never condone killing in her name regardless of circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. But I do not regret what I have done. I willingly sacrifice my soul to protect this kingdom's future. So his motive comes from a place of faith, huh? Why does that sound completely credible when it's coming from him? Well, Amara expressed a similar motive. As for her mercifulness, she is truly deserving of her title.
Hold it!
So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara staged the crime. Is that how it went? Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She tried to conceal my crime by taking all the guilt upon herself. You didn't realize that Nana was actually Queen Amara, your own mother? That is not as strange as you might think. Much time has passed since we last met, after all. Right. 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt. No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted your mother. Huh? Are you sure about that? I remember it clearly. It was around 10 years old at the time. Oh, wait. Now, Yuta, please add that last statement to your testimony. Got him.
Objection!
How about that? Then who's the baby, huh? Who's the fucking baby? You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago. But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago. He said that? He did, but if you take what you said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. This isn't making any... So, Dirk was lying. Yeah, Dirk was lying. And, which makes sense because that would make my theory correct, but I had the right theory, but I would have been wrong at the time because I didn't think of the fact that that picture would have been taken 23 years ago. But now that my theory is not correct, because if I'm going by Prosecutor Sabmati's ruling that the photo is actually 15 years ago, then that means the baby can actually be Rafa. This isn't making any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. What does it not make any sense the photo is only 15 years old? The baby? Now, Yuta, this discrepancy may not be directly related to the case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said the baby in the photo was you. That doesn't make any sense if the photo's only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? Gotcha. Apollo, if this baby isn't Nayuta... Wait, you don't think... And that would also explain the reason why everyone has been so quiet about it, except for Rafa. Well, even Rafa's been quiet about it, but when she found out, it's because of the fact of the sins they mentioned before. In this section, that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted, so they would think that the high priestess would be... Oh my god. If you go back, if I ever make a VOD, like an actual legitimate, not just a VOD, but like a how to edit of this series, I'm gonna cut and intersperse right here the fact that I predicted way at the beginning of this game that Rafa was the actual daughter of the dragon. I said originally, and then we hear it to be Sanmari, I was like, oh, okay. But I said way at the beginning of this game, I was like, Rafa is Dirk's daughter. That was and that was in the first 2 or 3 streams, I think I said that. Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Nayuta, is that why you obey Queen Goran's every command? You presume too much. Ah, and that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well, to protect this other child. A child born 15 years ago. They would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now. This is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. The child who was born in Dirk and Queen Amara 15 years ago was indeed... I have been playing this game 2 months, and I have been sitting on that theory for 2 months. God, vindication feels so fucking good. There's only one more theory I need confirmed. And I would have been, what, I got 80% things right? Nana being Amara, that threw me for a fucking loop. It's only one thing, and it has to do with the Founder's Orb. Well, I had 2 theories about the Founder's Orb, but let's see if that was correct about one of them. She's smart and she's not calling her mother. Now I see, Nayuta. Why you do what we're told. Oh, now Nayuta's gonna be like, Apollo, shut the fuck up. The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was... Yeah, he's gonna be like, shut the fuck up. Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you're about to say, but I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners. Because of the haunted law, I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the chink in your armor, the reason why you fear your sibling's reputation.
Take that!
And that is a file full of information about Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. A particular note right now is what's written here. The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either, if she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Goran. But at some point, you came to serve the way of a dream you despised. And that was because the queen found this chink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you. Hey, Ayuda, have you been keeping this secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? You are an innocent party to all this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen for which it follows. Bullshit. One such as you who is destined to ascend to the throne need not fret over one such as I. No, I cannot accept that. What you say is, it's malarkey. Don't even try to care what happens to you. Before country, queen, law, and everyone's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resign myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and patriot. Ugh. I shall continue this to rule Karayan until the day Raifa succeeds me, for that is what is best for our kingdom. I said before, when I came into this game, I was like, we're gonna destroy this kingdom from the inside out. We're gonna rock their world to stabilize their status in terms of religion. And we didn't really do that with religion, but we are gonna do it with the government first. I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this, in exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe, and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for with my meager assistance. No, fuck that. Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict. You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuda, but I know that deep down there is still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that preserves through the most desperate of times, and it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet.
Take that!
Finally, when you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence, all except this. So tell me, Nayuda, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk. Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuda, Apollo, I vow to restore Karayan's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up, and you never will, because you still believe that all of the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. When they almost drowned. Someday, he would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps, deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Nayuta, I knew you. However, it was but a dream, and now that dream has died, murdered along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It is the only way. But, I mean, you should know about that, Apollo. You have a sister, if you just don't know that.
Such insolence!
You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering? The mutability? Yeah, mutability of his duty. It is time to accept defeat. Now, watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your majesty, the verdict, if you will. Yes, your evidence. Wait a second. Does the defense wish to raise an objection? Apollo. It all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branded him the son of a criminal. So if we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara, right, now Yuta and Reifa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. But I thought there wasn't any evidence left, because it was all destroyed in the fire, and Dirk investigated the matter for years but never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? Couldn't an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? Take another look at the evidence. We might just find what we need to break out of the situation within there. Got it. If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall now render my verdict. No, wait. About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information it would like to share. You do? We do? While we had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial, Very well then. What's the source of your new information about the case from 23 years ago?
Take that!
We now have the picture of my dad. A photograph? Yes, do you recall the traveling... It's either that or it was the notes about the case. Do you recall the traveling magician who died in that fire 23 years ago? How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ashes. Well, about that, the truth is, he was my biological father. Oh? What? Why, of course, with this photo and her benevolence. Exactly, we might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent, and that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Karain, you can witness the final moments of the dead. What utter nonsense! There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze. That's what you think, but Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did? Yep, and boy is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, he'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court, and save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim.
Objection!
What a waste of time. The evidence of 23 years past have already been deliberated at length.
Objection!
But you were gonna have a trial for that earlier, weren't you? But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? Exactly. So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open. I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance. Why you? Your benevolence. If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course, leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is Jove Justice. All right. Or Jove Justice? Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Well, I got in the bathroom, so I'm gonna have that running while this is going. I should actually maybe just doing this till 11. Ooh. I'm gonna reset OBS after this actually too, because OBS reset my panels, which is unfortunate. Are we just gonna see the mom kill him? That would be fucking amazing. But he got hit in the back of the head, right? So. Okay. The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It appeared the divination seance was a success. If Garan legitimately killed his biological father, Jove Justice, then that means she's 2 for 2 for killing his dads, which would be insane. That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo. I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Horned Head? Yes, please proceed. And let's see what we can get out of this. Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father had tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Okay. Burning, heat, crying. Let's look at the video first. And for any strange things. Pain. Okay. What is this on? Just looks like a. This is a smell, and this is touch. Okay. Hmm. 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 Obviously, I see the thing in the fucking reflection right there, but that doesn't explain who that was or what that was. Wait, I don't need the senses. Whoa, what? The fuck was that? metallic sound. I'm going to try something. That's wild. Nah, I can't be.
Objection!
Oh shit, they actually worked. Doug's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. Ah, I believe you're right. What could this mean? It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we can make out the details a little better. Very well, I will attempt to focus a bit on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help us find the seance vision. Still, what significance could that have? It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there at the fire. All you have is pure speculation, while the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter. It just means I have to prove the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information in my father's final memories. Either way, it seems that I must revise my insights. Okay. I know those cuffs. Hold up. Those look like the cuffs of the minister. Oh, I see where we're going with this. It's gonna be her. Because we talked about the fact when we discovered the body, we talked about his like glove things and about how they were used for a long period of time. Right? His like little his armband things are used to use it for documents and stuff, but it's used by the Minister of Justice, right? And who was the previous Minister of Justice but Queen Garan? So at the time, if we prove that we can prove Inca wasn't it, but we can prove that she was the killer. Let's go back. Let's go to the beginning and look very carefully. If there's anything else I can Well, there's the residence ablaze. Interesting. Hold up. Okay, Sleeper Keeper wasn't in a bed though. There's a knife on the floor. No one. Go back. Running. Why did it move? Why did it smell move? Could try doing this side again. I had this thought was gonna work.
Objection!
Nah. As usual, it's like to live on a tightrope. First time playing through this game, be on 1 life left. Okay, well, so we know it's not that. Metallic sound. Hmm. That's where Apollo got dropped too. Damn. What did I present? What did I present on before? Oh, shit, I don't even know. Known. If someone had put his prints in the lighter after the fact, we not know who it belongs. But we do know who it belongs to, though. Folks are apparently later found at the crime scene. Urban to stop by was not about the assassin. That's true. Messing a residence ablaze. That is true. I still think it's this. Yeah, I still think it's... I'm gonna try it again. Let's see, maybe I got wrong. Goddamn.
Objection!
Oh, okay. Okay, I just had the wrong statement. Whew. Whew. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. That was a 50-50. That was a 50-50 chance. I'm just shooting for the dark. Because I knew it had something to do with, I said before, the arms, but it means the real culprit is... The figure in this vision was clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around the wrist gives their true identity away. The design, it can't be. That's what proved us whose hand was captured in the seance vision.
Take that!
That photo. So you do believe the culprit to be... Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct? Yes, I hear they're a traditional part of the Chinese Justice Minister's attire. But what does that all tell us? It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Korean's late Minister of Justice. About that, Ingaka Korean. No, not my father. So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one. Just Minister Inga, so then Dirk's innocent of both charges. The Defiant Dragons, they've been right all along. Nayuda, what you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. But back then, Inga Kokokoin was not the Minister of Justice. What? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... You, Queen, go on. I mean, you're right. She served as the Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. Yeah, look at that. Once again, Apollo. Gotta keep up. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one. So then, the figure in this vision is actually... Your Eminence, it's you, isn't it? This is madness. Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne. She went to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's where she tried to assassinate her. Look how she's dressed. Look how she looks. I'm not trying to be someone who's like trying to just judge someone on appearances, but this is Ace Attorney. How has she not been told to be a bad person? I find this all very hard to swallow. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Insolence!
Peasants. What do we have left to... Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no import. You did not deny it then. You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs? Oh, Nayuda, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it should still be I who decides Rafa's fate. You do wish for her to be the queen someday, do you not? Remember, a child lives only by my good graces. Now kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Yeah, I think I'm also going back to my original theory about the Founder's Orb. I think that she wants the Founder's Orb because she wants spiritual power. And she wants the spiritual power because of the fact that she knows... Well, two things. Either she wants it because she wants the spiritual power, because she has no spiritual power, and her sister's been the one doing all the stuff in the get-go, and she just can't admit it. You know, because then it admits, if she does that, then she admits that she's not real. She's not worthy of the royalty, whatever, right? That's one possibility. Because only someone of the royal family could be ruler, and that means she's not really royal. Or two, this proves something about the royal family that they don't really deserve the kingdom, which would prove that the Fays are actually the true rulers of the Korean. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Let's fucking go. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interest of this kingdom, but you have been deceiving me all the while. Nayuta, you dare defy me? Quiet, bitch. Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. Retract, you say? Click. In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to awake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our father's creed. Let's fucking go. 3DS moment.
Never yields.
Fuck yeah. Ow. Ow, my chest. Ow, that hurt. I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Goran. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution. He's not doing the pose in that scene right now. Insolent fool. Not even you prattle on about revolution? Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, it seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Yeah. Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, Your Majesty. For the cuffs could have been stolen and used without my knowledge, so you see they can hardly be considered proof of anything. Why, I believe you're right. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? How are they gonna top this in another Ace Attorney game? Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Mari has retracted his confession, we'll have to redeliberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth, even though it is clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan, the defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Kakor Karayan. But do you have any evidence, defense? There is still one more avenue for us to go explore, Mr. Justice. Motive. There is Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's... Oh, okay. Never mind. The minister's killer poses Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise? Hey, you're right. A lot of blood would have splattered onto the killer. The blood so close would have had to be dealt with somehow. If they're still around somewhere, then... I was wondering what absurd idea you would concoct next. Though they can be disposed of almost anywhere, I doubt you can find them now. Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes? On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Garan, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard, but I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rafa, you would not dare. When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No, she did not. So, maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard. The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime, but they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes, I admit no clothing was found. So you admit that you are merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. If Garan wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wait, isn't Dirk just wearing the clothes? Isn't he just wearing the clothes right now? The palace from the courtyard. In the tomb? It would have to be in the tomb. The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there? Yes, it's the only place it can be. Very well. Where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden? In the sarcophagus. Of course. The clothes weren't simply hidden. They were returned to where they belonged. Yep. By that you mean the killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. So they took them from Dirk, put them on, did the deed, put them back on. Luckily, they were right there. Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus. The killer could have just simply borrowed his clothes. Right before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes and then hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body. So what? This is still all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case. About that. That's where you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. Those clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. Why were they used? Oh, wait, how'd the blood get here?
Take that!
The bloodstains on Dirk's chest are no without the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There's also some blood splatter extending on his left elbow to his abdominal area, which is the blood splatter wouldn't have gotten that way. I believe this blood spot came from... Oh boy.
Take that!
The killer wore these clothes during the murder, and the blood spatter must have come from Mr. Inga. I had thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt. We cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party. Does not exist. Because who else had access to the thing? Who else had access to the thing? The tomb. It's not just possible, Your Eminence. I recall you saying the following. Yep, they saw key to the sarcophagus, yep. The key to the sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. That was your own testimony, word for word. Why, you insolent. Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga. Insignificant worm. You dare accuse me, the ruler of Karayan? Do not think for one moment that such impudence will be taken. Oh please, we've accused people of your kind before in other Ace Attorney investigations games. I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in this sacred hall, Your Eminence, because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. Apollo Justice. Ace Attorney. Trilogy. Is that it? That's the meltdown? That's it? No. There's something more, right? Somebody just won. There we go. She looks like a Street Fighter character. Me? Base justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the DC Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother who delivered false testimony in my defense, shall also be found guilty. What? That can't be. Can it? By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by this court as having supported a criminal. You fucking... God, fuck you. And the DC Act would most definitely come into play. But the law is so broad that anyone can be convicted under it. That's why it's a shitty law. When it comes to DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law. Of all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we even do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. Let's leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs. Hey, let's just all let bygones be bygones. Let's all be besties again. I'm so sorry that I killed both of your dads. Whoopsie doopsies. Hee hee. Well, one of your dads and then another. Well, she killed Inga. That's not a dad. And then Inga killed Dirk. So she only killed one dad. Well, she killed I guess a stepdad. And then another foster dad. Nope, she killed a stepdad. And was probably slightly involved in the death of a foster dad, and then killed a biological dad. So she's like the dad killer. Let's leave, yeah. We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse Queen Garana of the crime she has committed. But
Such insolence!
what you speak of is not revolution. A kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Wright cannot ascend to the throne, for she is yet incapable of channeling spirits. Thus, to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. Fine. We'll do that. I don't give a shit. Terrorists. If you would still insist on accusing me, as ruling sovereign of Korean, I proclaim the following. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders. What? Immediate execution? Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear, for the sake of the kingdom's future, in accordance with the laws of the Korean, I command that you be put to death at once. What the? Is this going a bit too far? Why is the Goran Royal Guard? They are on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, that under my regal authority you shall all be put to death.
Objection!
Oh, come on. This is insane, even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process.
Hold it!
Now, look, Apollo. Truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life, so think before you speak again. But... please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm, too. You could bring her to justice by stripping her of her authority as queen. It is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It is time to cease this insanity. No, we're accused. Mr. Wright, you know what that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of? The worst of times are when lawyers have to forge their biggest smiles. You never fail to surprise me, Apollo. And Ayuda, you know a creed you've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. Apollo, they are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now it's time to honor those words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them, it's now. Let's go, baby. I miss Mia too. Garnet, Inga, Rayfors, and Ayuda's aunt and uncle on Amara's side. Okay, so but it's still not the mother though, and father though. It's still an uncle. It's still like, it's still like he was served as a foster father though, so he's still kind of like a semi-father killer. It would seem, Apollo, that not one but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds hiding the heavens. I shall join you in your death-defying bluff. Is it headspace time? Are you smiling, even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there's another saying in my country, the truth will set you free. Indeed, That is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spiders and mobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or given to fear. Abandoning truth like that is just not a plot in my playbook. There's only one path before us: revolution! The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Crying, then your very existence is wrong. Does your desperate bleeding know no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Goran is going to execute us on the spot under the DC Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the crown, then there's only one thing to do: strip her of the crown. We dethrone her. Right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. Okay. That's what's gonna happen. Headspace. She wanted this. She wanted this to get power. Why does she want to get power? Because she doesn't have the power. And if she doesn't have the power, then she can't be the queen. And Amara's alive, so what does that mean? If I accuse Goran, now you're to be subject to the DC Act. This means to be put to death in accordance with the law. The only way out of this is to dethrone Goran right now. This be the key to Kathoran Dathoran. Clutch. I already knew that. Yep. Because he's been one that found those orbs since the beginning of this game. Dirk was convinced the orb was the key to the revolution occurring in his future. In light of Goran's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. Goran doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and the rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the founder even after it did his fate after all, because he didn't know the founder's name, only the queen does. The name of the founder is only known to those who become queen. That means the only person who knows the name of Goran and Amara. Even if someone else has the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the founder. That begs the question, why is Goran so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Goran is supposed to the orb because... Clutch. Done. 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 And with that, folks, could it be? It's hard to believe, but... If she wants spiritual power, does that mean Goran can't channel spirits? And this is a part where if I actually did make these into edits of an actual stream, I will cut in the part where 2 streams ago I point out the fact that there's a possibility, it's a theory, that the founding orb was being hunted for by the queen because she doesn't have spiritual power. Theory correct. That will explain why Amara performed the channel that might have channeling. Is that why she let Amara live, to stand in for her while the time came to channel spirits? And what is that? So if Goran can't channel the spirits, they have no claim to the throne. Because only someone who can channel spirits can have power on the throne because they have to be part of the royal family. Goran has no claim to the throne. Done. Goran's DC Act was established under the Crown's authority, but if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. To have it prove that she is not a spiritual medium, you claim the authority of the crown? You, of all people? That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? No. For once, I have found it. Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, your majesty. Why is the Queen Goran so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why would she havoc her mercilessness and reform the right of channeling in her place? The answers to these 3 questions point to a single conclusion. The fact that they will shake this kingdom to its very core. And thus, I am now destabilizing your religion. I still do not follow Apollo. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? You believe the queen is not capable of communing with the dead? The events will explain himself at once. In Korean, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But your evidence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you've passed would be rendered null and void. And you, the Goran Royal Guard, you seem to be rather enamored with the queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, a pretender to the throne? That's crazy talk. Impossible. Everyone knows spirit mediums can become queen. That's blasphemy. On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Queen Goran, if you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it by using this piece of evidence you want so badly.
Take that!
All the conditions for summoning the founder should be in place. With the orb, we know that the founder looks like, and with the queen, you should know the founder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Crime. Witness Your Eminence's great power with our own eyes. The Holy Mother would appear before us, a great miracle of miracles. Praise be Your Eminence, may your mighty spiritual power show us the way. Enough, I say, you mindless cretins. Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot? No, surely I thought this through. I mean, you really should have thought this through. I want a lawyer, someone at once.
Objection!
Oh, we got plenty of lawyers. Right over here. Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Korean. You can thank your DC ad for that. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness so she may guide us. I've heard enough of you. Out of my sight, all of you. If you're truly capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer. That reminds me, you said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed, of all the things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful putrid queen a lesson she won't forget. She won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Go on. Your reign of terror ends here. Oh, fuck yeah! The pointing power! Alright, give me my promised crash out, please. It is 11 o'clock. I need my crash out, please. Give me my crash out. Give me everything crash out. I've seen better crash outs. That's a good said Maddie. How is her eminence? It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother. I see, but her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not? Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I feel it would be quite a challenge to question her later. And what, if I may ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent his coup, but what if her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago? To become queen herself? Maybe she does crave power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it seems as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fear and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants. Ha 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 ha. Mood. So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Goran in the first place. Rafa? Especially 14 years ago, before Rafa was being held hostage. Nayuda? Why would she keep letting the people of Karayan think she was dead? While she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Goran. Because she cared for her country, probably so? My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and she loves her sister dearly. So when Goran told her to hide her because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. Ugh. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Goran's request to keep channeling for her. Till she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is. So that's what happened. And since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant Nana, no doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was a case for the ages. Consequence, Maddie has been cleared of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Dirk said Maddie in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Now then, I think it's high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nayuda, said Maddie. Not guilty. Yippee! Woo! Got butterflies. Woo! Whew. Glad that's over. With this, may I finally say, this court is adjourned. Man, we need a fucking vacation. Yeah, play that celebratory music. Right about now. Way to go, Apollo. I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. That was a shocker, alright. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself. Really? I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. You did a fine job out there, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. Nah, it was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. Actually learned a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. There were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. But you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will, and inner strength forged in countless trials. You overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I have ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. But what about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. At least he still got his lawyer dad. That was pretty cool, Polly. Trucy, what the fuck are you doing here? Trucy, what are you doing here? It's magic. I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgewood's suitcase trick. What? Though it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual. Trucy? Do you even have a passport? My magic panties are in extra-dimensional space. It's like a mini universe in there. I could produce a passport at the drop of my hat. Right. Ooh, about that. Hornhead, barbed head. I'm forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garan, and that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right, all we did was present you with an opportunity, and you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So, am I worthy of my title after all? Heh. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. So, your benevolence, I take it that you learned the truth of your origins? That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara? Yes, my mother, I mean her eminence, told me. She said it was part of my disciplining. If you can call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable. Or should I say, my former mother. But you cleared Dirk's name, my true father would no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So what's next for the Kingdom of Karayan? I mean, you lost your queen, so... For benevolence, Princess Wafer will ascend to the throne. Nayuta, but you can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as a regent on her behalf, until the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor said. Big, but... But? What are you looking at? You one-headed nincompoop? Just say it. Just say, oh, Nissan. Say it. In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuta and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara? A country offers counsel to the rulers of our neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It's a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, I'll have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. Then she's going to be alright? Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage. Can't say the same for her husband. That's a relief. You did it, AJ. Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nayuta beat the charges against them. And you got the revolution rolling to boot. The revolution? Yes, sir, there's going to be some major changes around here. The legal system's going to return to its rightful state, like how Dirk's always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Koreanese history. Yeah, right. Oh, Nayuta, before I go, there's something I wanted to give you before I head back home. Do you wish to give me something? Yes, as Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this. Oh, probably this. This is Dirk's I have to get back to the stakes. I said states. And I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as the man that's gonna change Karayan, it's only right that you have it. To change Karayan. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There is something I would like to show you. Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. So why do you bring us here, Nayuda? Apollo, I want you to stay here in Karayan. What? But why? We have lost our queen and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Wait, you're not asking me to... Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Karayan's legal system from the ground up. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. The revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream? Come on, AJ, you know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together. You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. Of course, I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the Wright agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right, it won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay... Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but... Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. You can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Wright agency? Or should I stay in Karayan and help Nayuda rebuild the legal system? What's the right thing for me to do? The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Karayan? I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey guys! I know that booming voice anywhere. Oof, I made it. Apollo, you're here. Does this mean you're coming home with us? Well, about that. Mr. Wright. Yes? I've made up my mind. Alright? I still have so many things to learn from you. But I've decided to stay in Karayan. You're staying? But I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Would have made no sense if you went with Wright in the ending. Yeah, from his, it would just be being shackled, not shackled, but like, I feel like he's learned what he needs to learn. You know, Wright was able to learn what he needed to learn enough by Mia when Mia died, and everything else he learned just throughout his experience. And Apollo has had plenty of experience as his own self as a lawyer to be on his own and try and learn things on his own, we'll say. Dirk's roadmap for the future. In your teachings, I believe that these two things will save the people of the kingdom from further unrest. Want to do this? No. I have to do this. But someday, I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor. Will we really see you again, Apollo? You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be. But I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There'll always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you. So knock 'em dead. You got it, Mr. Wright. UNESCO changed Japan's ecosystem. Phoenix changed US ecosystem. Apollo changing, combining this ecosystem. Peak. I still need to play through the Great Ace ones at some point. Those are next on my list, but I'm not gonna play through those until, ooh boy, fall. I'm gonna miss you, Polly. But if this is it, then I'm gonna support your choice all the way. Thanks, Juicy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Trap Grammarly proud. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. Oh shit, I didn't mean to say that then. I just assumed. Sorry, it's okay. I mean, I'm assuming that he did. Every single game has had the crowding thing of them like changing the system at some point. But I don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me. In other words, game on. You bet, and I'm gonna win. Well, there's our bus. I guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me. Legacy of those who came before us. Is handed down from parent to child. I didn't like Apollo in his game of Dual Destinies, but shit, holy shit, is he good in Spirit of Justice? I actually liked him in. I liked him in the when he was like Punished Apollo. When he was Punished Apollo and Apollo in Dual Destinies, fucking great. We must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so we in turn can pass on to the next generation. Athena got the filler case. Yeah.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it. Huh?
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
Also, I feel like, well, they're not done with Apollo's story. Let's be fucking honest. If it doesn't end with him and Chusi realizing that their mother is alive. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Capcom 2 laser is simply giving him jokes badge in this cutscene. Yeah. If it doesn't end with at some point in the future where him and Chuchi don't realize that they're siblings and that Lamiwa is their mom and alive, I would be upset. They need to have a case like that in any future Ace Attorney game. Just that, and then you're just done. That's all I needed. Go on, Mr. Hat. Introduce yourself. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I'll take this opportunity to announce my solo debut. It seems Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave him in the dust. With his rivals, you know, I can't let him hog the spotlight. It's not the same without Polly, is it? I kinda miss him too. I know, we should go visit him in Karain. Like 10 minutes of this, but you get important info. It's true. That came to me. Tourism. That's what. I'll develop Chinese tourism. Okay, I'm probably not gonna read all these then if it's 10 minutes because my voice is giving out. Just reading your head, that's what I do for the series. True. Oh. That kid show me up either. Yeah, I ship Emma and Sedmati too. Definitely over fucking Emma and fucking Clavier. Emma hates Clavier generally, but I likes Nayuta kinda. Yeah, she's like, oh, he's like, all right, he just needs to work on his people skills. And once he does that, he'll be fine. That's right, she was pregnant. Faith in me. Faith in me. Thought she was lying about being pregnant, not gonna lie. I could see, yeah. That was just a weird case. Like I got more screen time than Clavier. Yeah. Black Hero as a fucking on the defense attorney side was fun. Blackwood to Nuda is sending trash to garbage. Damn. like the character, but as a prosecutor, yeah, he was a little too. I think the problem with Ayuda, I think, is that he was a little too strict of a character. Like, he kept on doing a keep calm and move on, but didn't really like click with. Like, it was just like a meme of him saying it all the time. Like, he didn't like. I was just like, okay, I get it. You got your shit. Like, you're dealing with shit, but like, it felt like they were trying to capture the magic that was like Proto Edgeworth, like first game Edgeworth, with like some religious fanaticism in it, in a sense. But like, it just came off as being way too arrogant, but not in a Sean's on. Really at this time? I don't know. It just felt different. Oops. Wait, Maya's back in the States. Let's go. Maya's got a Clavier, Francisca, my friend Simon, and Ayuda. Yeah. Getting food, getting burgers. Revolutionary makeover. I want to see Francisca again and see what she's up to. Maya's older than Mia ever was. Oh. Yeah, yo, she had her mother be her fucking nanny. There's something out of a Sherlock Holmes or like a Agatha Christie novel. I should have prison she quite literally aided and abetted because they tossed out the aided and abetted war and they played it under duress. Wait, did he say who was calling him Braidhead? Was it? It was definitely here, right? It was the Wayfair, right? Okay, good. How is he doing, Mr. Wright? Great, he's a respectable lawyer in his own right. He even has his own Patrick's Card Justice Law offices. Thank you, this wouldn't have been possible without you. But before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you. A photo? Fucking Lemmy, are you fucking serious? Jove. It is so good to see him again. Don't you think it's about time we told him the truth? Yes. After all, they're going to find young people now. Yes. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew. Thank you. They have to address this. Yes, they have to address this as AA7. Dismiss that fucking Google Calendar giving me, hey, switch to release notification. I know. For 8 years, it's not 8 years later though. Like, it's like Lemur was like on the run and all that shit. Like, I understand I'm not telling them, and you know, they should have told him after Apollo Justice, the first game, Apollo Justice game, but they didn't. But I understand not telling them before that point. Because the case wasn't cleared up yet and it was very complicated. Honestly, in my opinion, more complicated than this case. Even though it involved this case, technically. It's been 2-3 years since the last regained her memories in silence. Yeah, it's true. That's a Gremere. Memory. Getty Images. It's good to Apollo before they left. Can't come you should pay. Chusi was there. What was you gonna tell? Oh, by the way, your mom's still back home. If that's gonna help you make a decision, no, then he would just come back to his mom. But that's not what he needed though. At the time, he needed to be his own man. So it's a weird point where like, where do you tell him? Like, but they do need to tell them though. Oh, seeing him get shot was just rough. Oh, that sucked. I see your point. So what's 10 years later? I think it's gonna be 5. I think the next Ace Attorney game is gonna be 5 years later. That's my guess. Because like it's enough time to age everyone, but not enough, enough time not to like age everyone too much. And that's why there could be people back like, you know, like Gumshoe. Please get back, Gumshoe. Gumshoe around, having kids. Mr. I can't believe it's already been 11 months since I decided. I haven't. Dear Mr. Wright, I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge, but I will say it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. Have you not given the autopsy report even the cursory glance, Mr. Justice? It's just I have 15 clients on my plate right now. I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Korean's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster. Yeah, I know, but besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more waiting your services. Woof, huh? I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation, and being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. Estimate you'll only add about 16 clients to your caseload. Huh? No, wait just one moment. I have been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. No. I've already received requests from 380 new clients. Did you say 3? No. EA 7 took place in Japan for TTAA 3 in play site. If they make those, or give me another edge with investigations, please. I like the first one, but I really like the second one. I trust you did your cords of steel exercises this morning. Well, go on. There's no need to hold back. Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today. To remember that the Ages is the second best in the series. Yes, I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. Could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead. It's only one thing left to say at a time like this. It's a word I've said countless times in my career, but one I'll never tire of. Objection! I'm not gonna scream because I have a roommate in another room. I don't want to wake him up. 3 siblings in one courtroom. Holy shit. He did it. Now I have left is the DLC. Alright. Yeah, okay. I'm not doing the DLC though until next week. What's a good thing? Surely there isn't something after that. Yeah. I know I have. Oops. I know I have one more left over. And I want to wait for the seance back with the victims hearing audible and the K, Little Thief, and 3D in the Mean series. I would kill for them making Investigations 3 or bring K into the series. I would fucking love for K and Maya to meet. I would give my firstborn child that's not even born, not even a thing, to have that happen. He is about 29 years old in the Great Turn timeline. We do have Great Thief, like, you know, seasoned Great Thief. K Faraday? Fuck yes. Alrighty now. Who we gonna say hi to? Are you fucking live still? Jeez, you are still live. Yeah, okay. Well, but then again, I also have been streaming for like 7 hours or something. Almost. Did I spell that right? I think I did. Hopefully I spelled that right. Alright, so we're gonna raid. Raid message. Nah, like I said, message. We're gonna sneak in. We are going to raid into my friend MJ. I'll play F14 with sometimes. He's making his way through Honkai at the moment. And so this is going. I'll keep this going because I want to have this music playing while I stop. This Ace Attorney music, I say. So tomorrow is not Ace Attorney, but it is another game franchise that I've been playing my way through, and I guess I'm most of the way through. I guess I will continue on my playthrough of Metal Gear Solid 4, my second stream of it so far. And then on Friday will be the Summer Games Fest at 2 p.m. PST. Oh yeah, Metal Gear Solid will be at 7, I believe, or 5. I can't remember where I put it at. But Summer Games Fest will be at 2, and then after that I have to catch a flight. So that's gonna be a quick in and out stream probably. And then we'll come back next week for more Ace Attorney. 1 week of just one stream of Ace Attorney, one stream of Golden Idol, one stream of. Maybe we'll do 2. Maybe we'll knock out all of Ace Attorney in 2 streams in 1 week. We'll see. But until then, thank you for coming, thank you for watching, and bye.